right, welcome to all here and online. And hi, stranger. Opening prayer. So, George, you've been kind enough to do it in the past. You said something for today.
Sure. Let's pray. Dear Lord, we just want to thank you for the day that we have been blessed with and for this rain, which we need. We thank you for each person here, for those that have joined online, and for those that are in our community. We especially lift up those who are facing any kind of illness or trial right now. And Lord, I just ask that you give each one of us wisdom as we go through this agenda today, that we serve each other and our community well. In your name we pray.
Amen. Thank you, Georgia. Okay, as always, for those here and online, our meeting minutes are located on the Flathead Reservation Water Management Board.gov website. So if you need to see those, please go there. Any potential conflicts of interest? Georgia?
No.
George?
No.
Roger?
None that I know.
Kent? And none that I know either. If I run across any, I'll holler, but none. All right, thank you all. Attendance, please.
Clayton Mack,
Here.
Roger Norman,
Here.
Ken Pitt, here, George Smith,
Here.
and George McLeod. Here. And absent today is Shane Henderson.
All right, thank you. And we have an introduction.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, board members, I'd like to take a moment. Drag Scott Ollinger up here. Scott Ollinger is an intern with the SKC College with the emphasis in hydrology work. And Scott started with us just this last week on Monday. And I did make Scott have to get up here and tell you a little bit about himself and say hi.
My name is Scott Ollinger. I'm on my last year of my bachelor in hydrology. I'm from Browning, Montana. I have 4 kids. Like to go hunting and fishing on my free time.
And you're a Red Sox fan.
Yeah.
I see. We're gonna have to change that.
I understand too.
Good to meet you. Welcome.
Yeah.
Thanks, Scott.
All right, thank you, Ethan. All right, comments, questions, changes to the agenda. When you're ready, if not, we'll take a motion to approve.
I'll move that we approve, Mr. Chairman.
Motion to approve,
I'll second.
second by Georgia. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We have an agenda. Any public comments now? Speak now or forever hold your no, not exactly. So any public comments from anybody in the audience here today or online?
If anyone online would like to make a public comment, you can raise your hand and I'll allow you to speak. Even though public comment on.
There'll be another opportunity for public comment as we get through the agenda, so thank you. Moving on, we want to adopt meeting minutes from 5/1 and 5/28. So going to the first one, we have 5/1. When you're ready, if there's any comments or changes. Motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve the May 1st, 2024 minutes.
Motion by Roger,
Second.
second by Ken, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you. On to the May 28th. Meeting minutes. So Ethan, on today's agenda, under the building information, that'll include where we're at with the lease.
The lease I was gonna discuss under some office of the water engineer updates,
Okay.
but we can ship that around.
No, I just want to make sure it was included. Thank you.
Understood.
You ready? We'll take a motion to approve. Any comments or questions?
I'll make a motion to approve
Motion
it.
by Roger, second by George. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Board compensation. Any comments on your individual compensations? Any corrections? If none, we need to approve it. Roger, you good with yours?
Well, I'm trying to figure this out a little bit. Mm, so on the Tuesday, Thursday, I should only really have, we don't have a method for this. It's like the state used to have a method where you stayed overnight somewhere, but you didn't have a motel receipt or something. But so I stay overnight on the night of the 28th, so my mileage is less. And then my per diem would need to be changed a bit to reflect breakfast and stuff.
Shall we, have you figure out those corrections and then we
Yeah.
can go back and try to approve this toward the end of the meeting?
Yeah, maybe on break we can do that.
Okay, that sounds good. Any other comments or questions? And
My mileage is incorrect on the 28th.
okay, we're gonna come back to this, so why don't you go ahead and work up your questions, get with James, and then we'll try to get back and approve this later this meeting, so, that fine? Okay, all right, thank you.
You give me my mileage from previous.
Sure. Hey, the RFP. No, I had, let's see, is this it? I had written a rough draft of an RFP and sent it to Roger. Roger looked at it and then I sent it to, Ethan and legal and, this is the result of their review at this point, so, Ethan, you guys have any, wanna walk us through this?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like me to. Excellent job on the initial draft. Really, my only contribution that I had, Mr. Chairman, and board members, was to kind of blend in some aspects from the letter that the board had previously written to the parties regarding a building. So that's where you see these bulleted items, which we thought would be useful for the board to consider including in an RFP, add some detail to it. Of course, if you don't want that in there, we can go a different direction.
Yeah, I don't mind, this information up front. I think in my mind, the most important part is gonna be, the process who we select. It's gonna need to sit down with you. And then at least once with the board, you and the staff, and then once with the board to really, work up that conceptual plan. So the way it was conceived, the way I wrote it was a little bit of a stepwise process because, one, we're gonna need an initial, cost to get an initial, conceptual plan. Once we have that cost, then we can go after that with the state and the tribe, get that, then hire the architect. Then they can work up an initial plan. And then when we have a site selected, they can work up a final plan. And with that final plan, then we would take that information and go to the legislature and to the tribe to look for construction dollars. So hopefully this makes that clear enough. And then whatever technical information they've added here upfront, I think is fine, but we wanted to make sure that we get this started. And I don't have it in front of me, but we'll need to work up a list of contractors, the potential contractors to send this to. I got a name of a few that we can start to look at, but if we approve this, or if you want to hold off on approving this, at some point in the near future, we'll put together that list and begin to reach out to them. And I'm sure that Ethan will have some ideas, and maybe the state will have some ideas of where to send it, who to include. So
I have a question. Yeah, it's a good letter. But as I understand right now, the state, neither the state nor the tribes has indicated one way or another whether they're planning on funding. So if that's the current situation, is this letter premature?
no, I think my opinion is we need to move forward, because I did contact both the state and the tribe about moving the planning forward. And I have had enough discussion with them to believe that if we get a cost for doing the initial plan, that they'll at least consider providing the money for the initial planning, but I think we'll get it. there is no indication yet that they would be willing to fund a building, but they're not going to consider funding a building if we don't give them a plan and some dollars. So we need to provide something to them. And so initial indications are, and I have emails to that effect from both the state and the tribe, that we should go ahead and move forward with the initial planning phase. And when I asked them if they should do it, and they both looked at us and said, do it, you do it. And I said, well, give me something in writing, and they both did. Not that they'll agree to fund it, just that they agreed that we should go ahead, and then once we get them fictitiously, if the amount to do the give us a cost, if they give us a cost for the initial planning and it turns out to be $10, then we'll go to them and say, it's going to cost $10 to get this plan, will you fund it? And then they will decide how they can bring that forward to us, and then we will go pay for the initial planning. And once the planning is done, then we'll have a cost in hand to bring back to the state and the tribe for construction funds. And that's a much longer, bigger process, and it'll mean going to the legislature and mean going to the tribe and going through that process. So we're a ways away. This is just trying to kickstart this process. Okay. Should you approve this today? As I said, I don't have a list. Does the board want to approve a list of possible contractors to send this to, or are you comfortable with us finding some appropriate contractors to give us bids? And how would you want to go about that? I mean, we can identify some to send it to. We also have the option of just advertising, which we would just provide, work with them if they respond. So.
I think I'd be more comfortable with advertising it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in the Kalispell paper, every Sunday, they have a list of RFPs, RFQs that, different municipalities or governmental entities are soliciting, and so it's pretty common just to put it in public notice in a newspaper or something, and then get a response. And in addition to our website, just putting it on our website always concerns me a little bit, because there may not be the same people that read the newspaper as follow our website.
And vice versa.
And vice versa.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, board members, in the past, while working with the compact implementation technical team, the state was amicable to posting on their contractor site, where there's a lot of contractors for different projects that are registered, different construction type projects that were going on for the irrigation project. If the board would like, I'd be happy to communicate with the state and see if this could get cross-listed through their RFP website that has all those registered contractors as well.
I think especially if it doesn't cost, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, board members, that I anticipate a free advertisement with the state. They did not charge previously. I don't think they would today. What happens in terms of after an interested proposal comes in, if they want to engage in a more detailed plan and study, they'll probably want to recoup some of those costs.
Okay. Haley, did you have anything to add? I know you reviewed it, so.
No.
More discussion, comments, questions, direction.
I think advertising and the two different papers that they're talking about, and then what Ethan was saying there, that's all, seems like they go to me.
Yeah, I like the letter. I like the process. I mean, what I'm hearing in Folsom, at least right now, is if you're just doing residential construction, you're 2 years out. So besides the need to advertise for public process reasons, I think it's a good idea to get this out on some contractors' radar. Just so when we are ready, we got somebody. So
So you bring up a good point there. So are we soliciting contractors or are we soliciting architects and engineering firms?
Well, I think for the purposes of doing the architectural planning, I think they would be a contractor, but I think you're trying to indicate whether we're looking at getting a construction contractor.
Right.
And I think we need the architectural plans first, and it's likely they would assist us in finding the construction contractor once we get to that point.
Yeah, well, then, once you get to a plan set, then you go out to bid again.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, we go out to bid again, and then ultimately get to the point where we have a number we can provide to the state and tribe for
yeah,
potential funding. And whether they would choose to put that then in our budget or provide that as independent funding would be then their choice, but we don't have our own funding, so that's the way we have to approach this. What's the worst case? The worst case is it's no across the board, and we find something else. We find a way to do this a different way, but I think with this process in mind and continue to have the discussion with the state and tribe, I think it's appropriate that we pursue this. And thoughts? No. Roger,
no, I'm good with it.
Georgia?
You're good.
Okay, so if you think this is ready to initiate advertising, then we probably need action on it. So, if you're ready to take action, I will ask for public comment at this point. Yes, okay. So any public comment on this end? I don't know, did this go, was this visible?
This was posted on Friday, so it has been out there on our public
Okay.
site.
Do we need to have it up so that we can take action on it? Is anybody online that needs to see this or wants to see
We
it?
have 5 people attending online. I can display this.
Let's go ahead and get it up. There are very many folks in the audience here. Anybody here need to see this? You need to see it? Okay, anybody back here need to see it?
So while that's getting pulled up, I just have a somewhat related question. We go through this process to get the RFP on the radar of the state and the tribes. And let's say it's all a go. We get through the legislative session and it's a go. How do we handle the land acquisition process? Is that something we also need to
Let me,
start looking at?
let me step back to that. So the conversation I had with the state and the tribe included the need to have a site, right?
Right.
So we need to continue to pursue this. As we pursue this, we need to encourage them to help find a site.
Oh, okay, that's how that works. Okay.
Well, I don't know if there's a formula for how this works, but I think that's how it's gonna have to work because we don't have the money to go out and say, well, we want a site, let's pick that one.
Right.
I think it's gonna take all of us working together for them to pick a site. The other challenge that I think they're going to have is, for example, the challenge they had in picking the site where we're at today. My understanding is that the state said it couldn't be a tribal facility and the tribe said it couldn't be a state facility. So given that, the state and the tribe, once we do this, I'll personally be in touch with folks and telling them we have done this. We would just encourage them to begin the process of, their dialogue with each other to help us figure out a location. Because I don't think we can get a final plan until we have a location. So we can get an initial, that's why I characterize the initial plan as a conceptual plan. Because I don't think we can get a final plan unless we have a site. That's my take on it, but that's just me.
Does our bylaws allow the board to own the property?
We own equipment.
Yeah.
So I think once we're funded, let's say the tribe and the state come together and I don't know how they're gonna do it, but in theory, they come together and decide that there's a piece of property and it has to be acquired, they acquire it and then turn it over to the board to own and manage and operate. Would be my assumption, but that's exactly the point. We need to work this through because I don't know how, and there's no other model for how this is gonna work because it doesn't exist.
It's like everything else we do.
So that's my thinking. I'm certainly open to everyone's thinking about how else we can approach this. That was my thought.
Thanks.
Yeah. Right, I don't know if folks are gonna need a minute to read through that, but kind of scroll up and let folks see that. And,
Yeah, I did a slow scan through it while you were talking.
all right. So any public comment? You've had a chance to hear what we're doing. Any public comment, anybody in the audience or online?
If anyone online would like to make a public comment, you can raise your hand and I'll allow you to speak. Seeing no public comment.
Okay. Seeing no public comment, if the board is ready, we'll need a motion to approve this and approve it for advertising.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve this request for proposals to develop a building plan and to advertise it on sites that the OED recommends.
Motion by Georgia,
Second.
second by Kane. I'll go around voice vote. Georgia,
What's that?
I'll do a voice vote on this one.
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Ken,
Yes.
Roger.
Yeah, I'd like to see it advertised in the Missoulian though too, because I think that would really
Okay.
broaden the solicitation.
With that caveat, you're a yes.
Yes.
Okay, are you still yes? Everybody still yes? Okay, I'm a yes. We're good. Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board members.
Okay. Okay, I'm up to number 4. Updates on the WRIS project, Water Information System, AAK database. Ms. Payla Hoyt, who is joining us online today. Hi, Payla.
Hi, everyone. My name is Payla Hoyt. I'm the new program manager for the Compact Implementation Program. I know most of you from when I served as the CSKT Compact Coordinator. And sorry, I can't be there in person, but it's best for everyone for me to be remote and keep any germs I might have to myself. So I'm going to provide an update for you all on the database enhancement process. We call this system the Water Rights Information System, and you've probably heard some of us refer to it as WRIS. These days, DNRC is calling it the WRIS. So that's what I'm going to try to call it, but I'm still doing the name change, and it's kind of a funny name and always makes me think of the RZA from the Wu-Tang Clan, but that's not what we're talking about today or what I think DNRC means. But The RIS, okay, that's what I'll provide an update on. But first, just on DNRC staffing. So I think, as you all know, the CSKT Compact Coordinator position is vacant. We're hiring for this position. It closes on June 23rd, so that's this Sunday. The job announcement is on the state website. I also sent it to all of you. If you know anyone who is interested, please share the job announcement. This is someone who will work with all of you. And there's a lot of good work to be done. So we'd like to get someone good in this position. And if anyone wants more information, please feel free to share my contact information with them. But it's probably still, I'm guessing, going to be 2 months before we have someone in this position. So in the meantime, Heather McAdams is going to join the team working on the RIS enhancements with Joel Harris. Heather is, she's a hydrologist in the Compact Implementation Program, and she just has broad experience. She has worked in new appropriations for the state and in adjudication, and is a former water commissioner. So she's going to just be a great addition to the RIS enhancements team. Any questions on that?
Well, what does it stand for?
Oh, Water Rights Information System.
So they're just calling it something. There's the same initials.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Like the W is silent because English is weird, I guess.
Right, gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so then moving on to permissions, this has taken a while to figure out, but we have figured out a way so that the board and the office can have the permissions it needs to administer water rights under its jurisdiction, and so that DNRC can protect the integrity of the water rights information statewide. And so under this strategy, the board and the office will have access to they'll be able to directly access, enter, modify, and administer both board-based rights and state-based rights on the Flathead Reservation. Their work will show up as an F-type right and a new version. And off of the reservation, board and office staff could technically make changes to water rights off of the reservation, but those changes would show up as an F-type right and as a new version. And any change would be immediately flagged to DNRC. And so DNRC could then review and reverse that change. And so that ability to be notified of and then review and reverse any kind of unauthorized changes is what gives us the assurance that we need to ensure that any unauthorized changes off of the Flathead Reservation are not made. And if they are made, that they can be corrected quickly. In addition, the board and the office would need to agree in the MOU also to not make changes to water rights off of the Flathead Reservation. So that's the other part of the safeguard that we would need in order for this permissions arrangement to work out. And at this time, we don't think we're going to need any hybrid roles in the database. If in the future we found we did need those, then we can work together to address that need in the future, but we don't think we need to come up with a solution for that when we don't even know what the need exactly would be. So it's looking, it took us a little while to get there, but the permissions are looking like just what we need them to be. It just was a little bit painful to get here for a while. At least for the staff it was. But that I'm really pleased with that outcome. In terms of the timeline, we expect the majority of the RIS enhancements to be completed by the end of August. And then once those are completed, then DNRC would bulk load the load sheets that the office has been using to authorize water rights into the database. And then in early September, the office would be able to directly access, enter, modify, and administer water rights in the database. That would be for the MVPs, minimum viable product, most valuable players, the core things that the office has identified that it needs. But it will also actually include most of the other application types, but not all of them. So for example, I don't expect we would have the application types for flathead system compact water completed. And right now, I don't know what other things will be completed in addition to the most minimum viable product. But the folks for DNRC who are lead on this say they expect it will be most of the things. So that's as much clarity as I can provide on like what exactly will be available for use in addition to the most valuable players, minimum viable product. Sorry about that. So I drafted up these permissions in an update to the MOU, and I sent that to the office at the end of May. And we look forward to getting the office's comments back on those. So just for my perspective, just seems like really good progress. I know this is this would go online later than we had hoped, but we're getting very close. There are some other important areas that we will need to work through together with the office and the board, and that's records retention. And specifically that involves the process of scanning and uploading the paper files that the office is creating to make sure that those are reflected in the WRIS, and also the storing of physical files. So that will be a future thing we're going to need to work on in the near future with the office and the board. And then the other piece related to that is the registrations and how and when those will be transmitted, and how and when the load sheets that the office has been using are bulk loaded. So that's just another piece I just wanted you all to be aware of that we'll be working on with the office in the coming months. And that's what I have. Anyone have any questions?
I think we will. I wanted to go back on your comment about something hybrid. Can you elaborate on what that hybrid item was?
Yeah, when we were trying to figure out permissions, we had contemplated having hybrid roles where either some DNRC staff would have the permissions of the office and of DNRC to make changes, or maybe people in the office would have the permissions of DNRC, and that there would be some kind of group of applications that only people who had hybrid roles would be able to make. And right now, we don't think we need to have hybrid roles because we think that the office can just have full control and administration of all the water rights under its jurisdiction. And that we won't need to have this kind of in-between role.
Georgia.
Hi, Taylor. First of all, I hope you're feeling well, and it's good to see. I have what may be a dumb question, but it kind of follows up with the hybrid role. Is there some idea of how many properties straddle the reservation line, and how much of a property how do you make that determination that something is on or off the res? What's the trigger on that? And I don't know where those would be, but I know like driving north up the East Shore, you get around that Yellow Bay area, I could see where it could get a little fuzzy, or up towards Dayton. But yeah, I thought you made the comment that the board our office staff could not make any changes off the res, but how is that defined?
Thank you for asking that. That has not been described in the MOU, and I think that we need to agree on that in the MOU and lay that out clearly. I would assume that we would use a GIS layer and agree on what that layer is. But I think that we need to add that into the MOU, and I hadn't thought of that, so thank you for pointing that out. I'm making a note of that now, and we'll work on that with Ethan. And in terms of how many properties straddle the reservation, I don't know that either. And that also warrants more discussion and consideration, so I'll make a note of that too. Thanks.
Thank you.
Or George.
Kayla, I have a question.
Roger.
How is, obviously, every DNRC employee is not allowed to make changes in the database. How do you select who makes those changes? And similarly, how would that be done for the board's employees?
I don't know. I know that I don't know exactly how it's made, except that there's a difference between new appropriations and adjudication. That's kind of the main bifurcation in DNRC. And I believe we just make that change when a person is hired and, designate them in one category or the other. But I can find out more information and also share that with you all, just in case that's helpful for you all to consider.
Kayla, get well so we can see you here soon.
Thank you.
Comments / questions are probably going to go in a slightly different direction here. I'm trying to understand this, and let me start by saying it is my opinion that this board needs to operate independently. We have independent authority on the reservation through the compact and the ordinance. I view what's being described here, and again, this has not been discussed by the board here. This is my opinion from having looked at this. I view what you've described really as a workaround, and wonder if there really isn't a long-term goal, and does the state have a long-term goal to actually eventually create this system so that we are independent? Understand that there were some and are some difficult database technical issues that at present is why this particular approach is being proposed. And I think even if we agree to this MOU and following this approach now, personally, I'd like to see a long-term goal for us to get to where we have an independent database so that we don't have to utilize this approach.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that?
Yes.
What about this description doesn't seem independent to you?
DNRC is going to have access to come in and modify something we may have in error done, when we should be able to do that through a technical means in a database, and it should be completely independent. We should have access to everything that is on reservation for our authority. The state database should have access to everything it has and its authority, and there should be a database, a technical line in there that allows that.
Okay. Can I clarify?
As much as I can clarify, yes, I will, but trying to understand what's being proposed and trying to also hopefully hear from the rest of the board that it's my opinion that we need to be operate independently and autonomously as possible, as is provided through the compact and the ordinance, that authority.
Can I provide more information?
Yes.
Yeah, I think maybe I wasn't clear in my explanation. When I talked about DNRC being able to review and reverse unauthorized changes that the board and office made, I was referring to off reservation. So technically the board could make changes off of the reservation to water rights off of the reservation, which they don't have jurisdiction to make. And so what DNRC has been particularly concerned about is making sure that if any unauthorized changes were made off the reservation, that we would be immediately informed of that and notified of that, and then we'd be able to reverse and review and reverse that we're not looking at being able to review and reverse changes that the board makes on the reservation and see that as exclusively board jurisdiction.
Yeah, personally, I understand that. But the independence should be built into the database, not through policy and procedure. That's my take on it. But I think if that's the only way we can move this forward for now, we may have to do this and agree to this, but I'm going to encourage that we continue to stand on the idea that we should, in the future, have an independent database. Now, if there's some technical reason, anybody can think of why we shouldn't, or some reason the other board members think we shouldn't do that, you know, fine. I'm just expressing my personal opinion on this at this point in time.
This is Kathy Schubert. I don't know how to raise my hand. I don't see that.
Hi, Kathy. Welcome. Consider your hand raised and you're acknowledged. Thank you. Go ahead.
Just to maybe clarify a little bit more on the database, all of the board's applications have an F that follows, you know, the number of the application, like a 60 DF or a 600 F. So in the database, all of the F applications are separate than the state applications. So anybody that works for the Office of Engineers can, of course, work on any F application and has full rights to do whatever they want to that application in the database. A DNRC employee does not have rights to pull up an F application and make edits to it. So it is kind of like the database is kind of sort of separate, because there's the F applications and then there's the DNRC applications. And DNRC cannot create or edit an F application, and someone that has a CN number with the Office of Engineers, we can't go on a state-based application and make edits or create one. Does that kind of sort of help?
Thank you, Kathy. That kind of sort of helps, but I don't think it gets us 100% there in my view. But again, I'm open to hear from the rest of the board, if give the board a chance to think about this. But I understand what you're saying. Thank you, Kathy.
I have a follow-up question.
Georgia.
So this is for Kathy or Pela, and I should preface it by saying I'm completely ignorant of the whole WRIS database. So, you know, forgive me in advance. But what creates the impermeability between state and FRWMB staff when it comes to these applications, and who can access which information? So what would prevent a state employee from editing? What would prevent an OE employee from editing a state application? Is this code? Is this an access PIN number? Who has control over that? For instance, would only state people have access to what creates the barrier? Would FRWMB staff also have access to what creates that barrier? Is my question making sense?
Go for it, Kathy.
Go ahead.
Why don't you answer, Kathy?
I don't know. Can you hear me, or am I breaking up?
Breaking up, we hear you though, Kathy.
Okay. DNRC has control over the employee identification number, which is a CN number. So all the CN numbers for Office of Engineers are like in one category. and would have a code assigned to them saying that we, through the Office of Engineers, can access any of those applications in the database that have an F on them. A DNRC employee has a CN number, but is designated to DNRC and can only access the applications that have no F on them. But Georgia, you are correct. DNRC has the control over what the permissions are to each individual employee's CN number.
And I think that gets to the crux of Clayton's question, perhaps. I don't want to speak for you, Clayton, but whoever has control over that CN number has control over access.
Correct.
And I think that is something that may warrant more discussion.
And so that is addressed in the MOU. So there is a portion of the MOU where one of DNRC's responsibilities is to provide those numbers for the office in a timely manner, and that the office designates who will get those numbers.
And please know, my question is not coming from a place of distrust. It's just, I think it's an important question you have to ask.
So follow up on I think what Georgia had asked as well. So the question about how do you parse the access when you say DNRC staff will not have access to any of the on-reservation applications, the F applications? If they do not, is it not possible to create the same scenario for board employees to not have access to non-F applications?
They could make changes to water rights off of the reservation. Board and office staff could, but they can only create F version types. So it would show up as an F version type. And I don't know why technically the database folks have made it that way, but that's how they've made it.
Okay. Ethan.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. White, on the reservation, if somebody in our office was to need to make a correction to an existing active water right that's a permit, what does that look like? Would our office be able to open that water right type and modify the legal land description or other administrative information as corrections become apparently needed? Or would we have to actually create a whole new water right type for what would normally be an administrative correction?
I think that depends on how the enhancements have been done. So in the enhancements process, have you all set that up to be done through a correction, or have you set that up to be done through like a new application? And I don't know how it's been set up. Does anyone here know that answer? Maybe Kathy or James?
I have that information. So we have not been technically briefed on this. The most information that we have about the new permissions arrangement is from you.
Okay.
And that is one of our immediate questions. Another immediate question would be, can DNRC then create state-based water rights or modify state-based water rights that are on the reservation? And if that happens, would our office get a report of those changes?
Sorry, could you repeat that question? It cut out a little bit.
Certainly, my apologies. I'll try to talk a little bit louder. One of the other questions that we have is, can any employee from the Montana DNRC sign on to the database and modify existing state-based water rights that are on the reservation or create new state-based water rights that are on the reservation? And if they can do that, is there a mechanism in the permissions to provide us with the report when such changes are made, similar to the report that would be provided to DNRC of any changes that our office staff would potentially make off of the reservation?
I don't know for sure. I believe that it would show up if DNRC were to make a change to water rights on the reservation, it would show up as a non-F type right. But I don't know for sure, and I will find out the answer to that and let you know. And then just based on that, if it is this reverse of what happens off the reservation, I'll also find out what that process would be for notifying you guys, so that we have the, mirrored protections for each other.
Thank you. Hope you're feeling better today a little bit.
Given all of this, and I think some of the questions and comments we have today, it sounds like we need to continue to explore some of the questions, possibly make some additions to the MOU language as we're talking today. But I'm going to continue to at least question or ask the question, why can't we get to a technically independent database? And that sounds like it's more of a question for programmers than it is administrators and policymakers. Because we're basically taking an administrative / policy approach to how we divide up the information in the database, access the information in the database, make additions or changes to information in the database. So I'd like us to see us continue to move forward toward a wholly independent database, if at all possible, and if not technically possible, I'd like the board to hear some technical explanation as to why we can't, and have the opportunity for ourselves to explore other technical options. But again, that's just me. Ken, any questions, thoughts? Roger?
I guess I thought I heard you say, Pela, though, that DNRC employees can't make changes to anything on the reservation, and board employees can't make changes to anything off the reservation to prevent some mix-ups. Or
They can make reservations, but it might if board employees made changes off the reservation, it would show up as this F type right and a new version, so we'd be able to track it and change it. So that was the assurance that we needed. I don't know why they can't just be prevented from technically making any. I've been told they can't, and I don't know what the explanation is for that, but I will try to get an explanation for you all. I think that would be helpful for all of us to understand. And then my understanding, but I need to look into this further, is I believe that the reverse is true for on the reservation, that if a DNRC were to make a change to a right on the reservation, that it would not show up as an F type right, which wouldn't be appropriate because only F type rights can be made going forward on the reservation.
right, and
In
so
terms of jurisdiction.
if that's in place, I guess can you give me an example, or maybe Ethan, of when you would want to make a change to an off-reservation water right, or why a DNRC employee would want to make a change to a on-reservation water right?
I mean, it wouldn't be authorized. We are just contemplating if someone made a mistake, and inadvertently made a change. that they shouldn't, in a geography that they shouldn't make one. So we're not envisioning that there would be any reason for this, but just in case a human being made a mistake and did that.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Ethan.
Mr. Vice Chairman, and a good example would be, mislabeling a legal land description while you're in the database, just as a human error component. And in that situation, you could certainly inadvertently put something on the wrong side of the line, especially if you're operating right up next to the line. So I think that it's probably good business to make sure that those things don't happen as much as we can. But you know, I think that's some of the concern.
George? Georgia? Pela, let me shift my questions a little bit. Timing. So, you know, it may not be anything we can do about it, but this seems to be sort of stretching it out quite a bit here. So we're into August and now September before we have the access we need under this scenario. There was no way of speeding that up.
That is my understanding, is that this is when it can be put into production mode for the office.
Okay. So given that and given the comments on the process in the MOU at this point, if we move forward and try to make these additions, changes, and corrections to the MOU, in the meantime, and maybe it's not possible, and I don't want to cause things to be stretched out any further, but is there any way to test this? Any way to set up a interim process so we could test this? So we could actually test the process, how it's going to work on your end, on our end, both technically the database and the procedures that we're setting up?
The technical testing is happening now, and that's the Heather McAdams and Joel Harris from DNRC are on that team, and then Kathy Schubert and I believe James are on the team for the board, and so they're joint testing the technical pieces of that. The procedures that we would be describing in the MOU, I think that'd be a great idea to just to test, to look into where we could test that to make sure that everything is running smoothly by the time the database is ready for operation.
I understand what you said about the technical testing, and I'll look to James and anybody on our team who was on that. But what I'm talking about, is there any way to get to where we have enough of a finished product so we can have staff actually utilize the thing and test it more than just the technical development staff who are developing the product in the first place? And I don't know if I'm making sense or if it makes sense to even attempt to do that, but especially given the protocols we're trying to set up here, it makes sense to me to think about how we might test this before we actually, because I'd hate to get to early September and say, all right, we hit go, and then all of a sudden we're just going without having tried this, practiced it, tested it. Every database that I've ever worked on, we've been able to go and run database tests. You actually go in, you enter information, you test it, you look at how the data looks, you look at how you're able to access the data, you look at how you're able to provide input and output from the data, how you're able to do searches, selections, and sorts on data, on and on. Those things, I don't know to what extent, you know, James, you're doing that now, but it would be nice if we were able to do all of that before we actually kick this thing in gear and test it somehow. Yeah,
Believe
James.
Sorry. Yeah, we do have testing that is sort of ongoing. Once we make these developments and enhancements, we do go through a testing phase. It's unclear though if we're going to test the permission side of things. We haven't discussed that portion yet. I assume we would have to do testing for that. It would just be another round of the similar type of testing we've done for the enhancements.
we will do that. We will do that testing because Heather and Joel are going to try to pull up F-type applications and see how it works and if they get kicked out of the database because they're trying to make, you know, revisions. And on our side, James, we'll be testing both the input, you know, like and searchability and the whole entire function of our applications. But we'll also be trying to pull up state-based water rights and making kind of any edits and, you know, seeing what we can do. And all of the error messages should come up like they should in the database. But we'll for sure be testing that before the release date. And the developers test it too, permission-wise on both sides.
Okay, any other comments, questions, or concerns? It seems like we've got some homework to do on both sides. Anybody else have any comments, questions? So maybe I'll look to James a bit. So in the work that you're doing in the group that's putting this together, are you in contact with the developers?
Yeah, so we all get on meetings. We used to do this more often, but we're coming to the end of the discovery period. We get on a call kind of like this with DNRC staff, the spec, that's the developers. We get on a call with them, and then Kathy and I and the other staff from our office, we all work together to approve these enhancements to the database.
Okay. And I'm just thinking again out loud, it seems appropriate to me that at some point we have that conversation with the developers here as well, so that we can ask some of our questions, because I'd still like to, and so let me ask the board. I haven't heard anybody say no, but do you agree that we should strive to be have an independent database with this operation? I mean, if I'm off base, then if we're, want to just move down the path of this MOU, fine, if the board decides that, but I know where I stand on it at this time. So, other board members?
Agree with you. I kind of thought we were on that path anyway.
Apparently we're not.
So while the dialogue has been going on, I've been checking on other states, how they put their database layers together. So from a policy standpoint, I agree with you, Clayton. It should be independent. But from a physical standpoint, there's up to 12 different data layers and none of them respect reservation boundaries. Right? And so the complexity and the coding, when you can have properties that straddle a line, or streams that cross, or aquifers that underlie both on and off the res, when you have those GIS layers, or I'm really getting to the very edge of what I can even talk about with any degree of intelligence, but you see what I mean? And I'm wondering if that is why the developers are having this difficulty in creating a completely separate standalone system. I don't know, I'm just throwing that out there, but I think from the language of the compact, it's pretty clear. We are independent. I just don't know if that's technically feasible.
That's what I'm asking.
Me too, so.
Roger?
Well, I guess I'm not as briefed on it, I guess. Like, I feel like I'm pushing the limits too, as Georgia mentioned, but, you know, my understanding was that we're using the DNRC database. That's what the compact says. It flat out says in here, uses of water registered pursuant to the law of administration to be entered into the DNRC water rights database in a format agreed to by the board and the DNRC. And to me, it sounds like that's what we're doing. We're trying to come up with this memorandum of understanding so that we can utilize that existing database. For us to go create a new database would be a monumental task, and to do it independently, I think. And the fact that we can piggyback onto this one, but yet have some defined boundaries so that data can't be inadvertently misentered or something. To me, that seems workable. And I thought that's kind of the road that we're going down anyway. So I just refer back to what's in the compact, and I think to me, we're following it, you know, and I think we'll get there. Ultimately, and that it will be a pretty independent database. It's just the way it's set up. And I don't know how we would, like I said, it would be monumental for us to create our own database and have to go import and download everything that's already established on the reservation. Would be a huge task, you know? So I think if we can put those sideboards on it, so there's some safety that mistakes don't occur, then I think we'll get there.
Yeah. My argument isn't that it not be a DNRC database, but that within the DNRC database, it's built in such a way so that it is independent. And I just believe that there's a technical way to do it. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like programmers are programmers and should be able to do that. But that's just me. So so let's see. Kathy, Payla, James, Ethan, Haley, do you have enough from this discussion to go back and get us another version of the MOU so that we can try to move this forward? I mean, I wouldn't expect you to put anything in the MOU about the, technical aspect that can't be done. I'm not asking that, but I think there is at least some consensus that the board wants to see a technically independent as possible operation. In lieu of that, if we move forward to this MOU, I think there were some comments around the table that need to be considered. And I think, Pele, you took some notes, and hopefully we can get to another draft here in the near future. Ethan?
Mr. Chairman, board members, we do in fact owe Payla some response, and so I certainly acknowledge that she's sort of thrown some information over in our laps, and we kind of still gathering a little bit. We needed to give you an update, and very much appreciate Payla for showing up today and giving that update, because I think that that's given you some opportunity to have a little more information, and that'll help to sculpt the next steps that our office takes with the state. I think I'm hearing a lot of people say a lot of things, and I really agree with all of it. And I think that it is all achievable. It is a technically complicated process. I think some of our jurisdictional arrangement will have to be just that, and we have to be handled a little bit through some trust and some business practices, and some of it where we can hard code it as is requested. Certainly the state's looking for those opportunities also. So
I'm looking forward to trying to move the thing along as fast as we can. And don't want to lose sight of the amount of effort that has already been achieved with this database and the number of water right types that we're going to be able to manage in this database. The charge that we were all given with the compact to create this thing from scratch has been a bit of an overwhelming charge for all parties, really. And so I'm glad that Payla's helping us move things along, and glad that the board is listening and having as much patience as they have. And I will guarantee you that we will continue to hold this as our main priority, recognizing that it is just that. We've got to get this thing up and integrated with the state, so we have a holistic informational source for, you know, the water right information for Montanans, and they can all go to the same spot and find out what's going on with their water rights.
Okay. Haley? Anything?
No, I mean, I just echo what Ethan says. I mean, we're having productive conversations in the background, and, you know, Payla's been a great resource. Just continuing to have conversations on maybe some jurisdictional language that's in the MOU, but that's to come, so.
James? You good? Okay. Are we done with this one then? Board? Yes, we're good. Kathy, Payla, thank you very much for the conversation. We'll do everything we can to keep moving this forward. But it sounds like we need to urge you, especially you, Payla, to, you know, talk to those technical folks and ask those questions on our behalf, please.
Will do.
All right, thank you. Okay. That puts us at number 5, Strategic Plan Committee. Okay.
Yeah. Start off with the house. Yeah. Yes, sir. Mr. Vice Chair, I'm not sure if you wanted to lead this, or we didn't quite coordinate everything, but I stand to do it however you'd like to see things get discussed.
You can take the lead, Jordan. I guess I'll just give a quick introduction. So we did form a little committee here a couple meetings ago that consisted mainly of George and myself to do some prioritization of tasks. And I think that's probably kind of more what we did rather than major strategic planning at this point. So we tried to, George and I and Ethan and James sat down at the day after our last meeting, and kind of went through where they were at and on all of the different water right forms, basically updated that, and then kind of decided what were the highest priority things that were in place that we could move forward with and keep things rolling. So I think also we're going to have like 3 handouts for this meeting that were, one of them was the task, one of them was the big sheet that had all of the forms on it, where you guys were at. Because George and I were both surprised at how far along things had come and how much progress had been made. And I think it was, you know, we were interested in the rest of the board being aware of that. So with that, I'll turn it over to you and James.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So as that whole thing kind of started off with the communications with the city manager Polson, and I think that's why this initial strategic priority thing should naturally fell towards looking at which water rights to get online. And so that is the nature of our first conversation. As a result, what we did is we went through some spreadsheets that I'm happy to show you. They're not really a thing that prints well because it's a lot of information on a spreadsheet, but I'll walk you through it in a brief fashion just to give you an update of a couple of these two products. But first, we did have a summary for what it's worth. We can start with kind of what came out of the larger effort. If you could maybe pull this one up, this would be great. And you have this handout in your materials, board members, and so I don't think that I exactly got like the direction to drop everything and then just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but to generally put an emphasis on getting these these done in an order that are listed here. And they are really based on the water right type. And the two things that came to the top, and you'll notice the priority rankings, there's like 2 number ones, right? Because the idea here is that those two things need to move forward simultaneously, because we need, if we're going to move forward with the appropriation, the Flathead System Compact Water use authorization, we will also need an objection to a water right application, because that type of water right, that type of authorization does have a 45-day public notice, at which point people could file an objection to the water right application. So having to have these integrated things move forward at the same time made some sense. The idea behind the Flathead System Compact Water use, making it up to the top, is that it has got some real similarities with a permit or a change authorization, in that there is this notice component. There is this objection phase. A lot of the criteria review seem very similar to certain pieces of a permit criteria that will be required, to a change authorization that will be required. And it also does have a very similar parallel water quality component. So the thought is that if we could take that type of authorization first, and not have to worry about a few other items that would go along with a new permit or change in use that are specifically here, the criteria that I'll be talking about will be a more robust adverse effects analysis for new use, and along with proving up physical and legal availability. And I know I'm speaking a lot of water IDs here, but the Flathead System Compact Water Right is got its volume and its source already defined by the compact. Therefore, it would not need to undergo physical and legal availability stage, because it's already made it through that hurdle. And so we could move forward with these, but not have to worry about certain components like that one, or the more universally adverse effects analysis. Or the adverse effects would be something if a new use is going to cause some net depletions somewhere else, perhaps adversely affecting another appropriator. Those two pieces we can kind of move forward with everything else, and we'll get to those. We can focus on those when we take the next step and start getting into the appropriations, right? And that brings us to item 2, which is new appropriations and new uses. And specifically, we had a list that has small alphabeticals, and those are intended to rank in order, with the municipal permits finding their way to the top, major subdivisions, irrigation, wetland, and then commercial and industrial uses. So the permit, that new use comes in right there at priority ranking of number 2, and kind of in this particular order. Some of that higher ranking of the municipalities certainly probably comes from some recognition that there's a little bit more a larger number of people served per application through municipal water rights and expansion. Therefore, we probably are helping a larger number of people by getting an emphasis on that up front. Then we come into change authorizations, which will add an additional level of complexity to what a permit does. Now with the permit, we'll be picking up adverse effects, physical and legal availability. Once you get down into a change authorization, that at that point, the board will need to tackle policy having to do with historic use and other qualitative rankings for looking at how an existing water right will be described and how it can be repurposed. And that is certainly going to take a little bit of policy time for the board to work through. It'll also be essential because what happens with item 2 with the new permits, should there be an adverse effect determined to be present, typically what a person might try to do is go find another water right and repurpose it to mitigation to help offset their adverse effects. So to us, that seems like a natural pathway towards increasing a little bit of complexity, but also doing things in an orderly fashion to help help the natural course of water use events that are likely to occur. The item 4, the petition for groundwater management areas, it kind of is in there because there's we do think that there might be some of these that the office sees on the sewer side, so they made the higher cut, because of expectations. And additionally, it's down here in the 4th rank because I think it's probably going to take a little bit more, cogitating to figure out exactly how to handle those. Those are going to be complex. We need to try and right now to build our enhanced understanding of groundwater resources so that we'll be able to tackle that item number 4. And then item number 5 is where enforcement complaints fell out of the priority list.
So why did enforcement complaints become the last priority? I mean, I think that's a pretty important public service.
Fair enough.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, I think that where it ranked in here, and this would be the formal and informal complaints. I'm gonna have to yield to the vice chair and the committee members.
Do you remember, George?
But with everything that we prioritized there, after you had all that all prioritized, then enforcement would come in after that.
It kind of fell out.
You have to get everything organized and how we're doing it and what we're doing. And then you know where you need to do your enforcement and the complaints that you have to take. But we said the first 2 were the main ones that had to be done in order for the 2s to be done.
With the number 1s too, there are some similarities in things that then once we got through that, we could then use that format with the number 2s. And so that's why we elevated the 660 and 611 to number 1. With the enforcement and complaints, I understand that that's an important process.
Say so. So, no, number 4, I understand completely. I mean, we're not real sure how to do that. And that's gonna take a long thought, so. Someone comes in with a complaint, we know how to handle a complaint. So I'm just thinking, that should be higher on the priority list.
Is this one of those things where we have a list, but it's pretty fluid?
I don't know.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean-
this is our goal, but
Yeah, and
realistically.
and so you're right, Ken. So the committee produced this. So now we're open to suggestions on how, if you think that's the case, then we can certainly rearrange and restructure this, This isn't cast in stone. It's our first cut at something.
Oh,
So
Well,
that,
I think it also is gonna depend on a couple things. One is time.
yeah. What's that got?
If we were to get 1 through 4 pretty quick, in relative terms, getting to 5 is gonna, it's not gonna matter, but if it's gonna take, I don't know if we have, I don't know if you can put a time frame on getting through the first 3 or 4 items, but if you were to venture a guess, how much time are we talking about getting through the first 3 or 4 items?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I could, when Roger and I were doing this, Ethan and James had a list of things that they had done,
Yeah.
what percent and all that, which was Roger was talking about. And that guided our decision quite a bit on how we rank these.
Yeah. No, I,
Would you like us to pop the
Yeah,
big
well,
spreadsheet? open?
and the second thing was, when you look at priorities, these are just 5 out of what, 500 that we have?
Yeah, and
So-
so have a slightly more detailed.
No, I
list.
get that, and I
We did
wasn't
try to-
pushing, I know that we're gonna see that, but. So if you were to venture a guess, if we were to venture a guess, how much time is it gonna take to get through those first 4 priorities?
I think it's, wait, no.
I've been for a long time, especially on.
Yeah.
Well, is it correct? Am I correct? The impetus for this was the letter from Edemies, right? The city of Paulson wanted to know what was up.
I think that was sort of a straw.
Yeah.
I think the impetus is that we need to have priorities,
We need to have
and we're
priorities.
talking about this larger picture. And we need to chunk away at these priorities, so, whether
But
we
it-
get that letter or not.
Well, I think I was thinking about that when I looked at the list, and first of all, thank you guys for putting this together,
Yes.
all of you. This was a ton of work and it's not easy. But it looks as if his concerns were certainly addressed in this list, because a lot of the things that he articulated that the city needs made it to the top of that list of priorities, if I'm interpreting it correctly, right?
Mhm.
It's just logical. So I think, it shows we're responsive and took a look at that. So good job, you guys.
so Ethan, do you have the other spreadsheet prior to this one? This is our cleaned up version of the first one. Do you have the one that we started with, just so they can see where we started and where we
Messy
got?
one?
Yeah,
Okay, if you could go into the share drive under strategic. Planning.
It was a lot of work.
and I think part of this was like Clayton said, the letter from Ed Meese was a bit of a straw, but yet the majority of the water right users on the reservation live in those municipalities,
Yeah.
and they're the ones that
Right.
Yeah.
need to be expanded and
Yeah.
be able to get their,
Yeah, I, just
House in
glancing
order.
at it, I have no objection to the list, or even the order. If
Mhm.
we could argue enforcement needs to get done sooner than later. But my question is 1 through 3, for example, what are we guessing in terms of time, to get those done?
Well, I'll start off with one. One is there is WP&P language in front of you today, if you want, depending on how far we get in the ridiculously long agenda. But, so that one could happen faster, where if board took action, 15-day comment period, when it comes back, we draft up some forms and make some determinations about fees. And I mean, that item 1 could potentially be at a functional level online in 30 days, which is like, I mean, I'm talking if we get after it, right? And like today. We would be able, we can issue water rights absent the database. We've shown that it's not the most efficient thing for us, but James is good at it. Items 2 and 3 are gonna take some significant effort from all of us to develop, I think. And some of that will be determined on how fast we would get through 1, because 1 has that water quality component that the board will need to have a little bit of deliberation on. And if we found something that seems to gel here, then that will be a significant lift. But
And probably the biggest hurdle then was gonna be 2A, because that's developing a process for the whole general application format, but focusing on municipal permits. Once we get that, then the rest of them are gonna fall out fairly simply, because we've got the format and the process in place. And then it's just going down to specific language for those different types of uses. Yeah. So this is what we started out with when we first sat down. And you can see it's color coded, and I believe the green was things that were pretty much completed, under order. Yellow was transition, and or pink, red, whatever, orange was kind of getting in progress. Is that correct?
yes, sir. Yep.
So we reviewed each of those things, and then you can go to the next one. And came up with this of what's actually done and where things are at, and the lower right, the orange ones were then the lower rated ones that were to shake out or didn't have as much done. You can see 0% completed, where green, it's all completed, So to me, this was really instrumental, and it showed that the staff have really been cranking on things, So we were impressed and pleased to see this once we shook it all out.
Figured out what you were looking at.
Yeah. So that's kind of how then we arrived at where we were at, what the next step would be, and how we're going to prioritize things. So for instance, just like this development domestic allowance thing, it's completed, it's pretty well underway. We've got public comment now, so we're getting really close on that one. So the appropriation for new uses basically haven't scratched the surface on that, but then that's one of the municipal uses that we need to elevate and get moving on. So Ethan, feel free to add anything.
Oh, I will. I mean, I don't want to sidetrack us too much. I could talk about the spreadsheet too much, really, but it is one of the. I mean, each one of those, if you can go back up to the header, which I didn't freeze this or quite get it doctored up good, but each one of these, we have our water right numbers and our descriptions. Do we have an application form? Have we decided what the filing fee is going to be? Is it in the the test database, because everything goes through this test database first. Hasn't made it over here to the production database, there's a lot of no's, or NAs for some of these things. The WRIS or RIS, reports, that's like the internal term for a water rights issuance document, like the legal document that comes out of everything. The WP&P, of course, you're quite familiar with that column, right? Have we got procedures in place for OA hearings for these, or the board hearings and appeals? Then there's, scanning procedures, storage procedures. Do we have good letter templates and so forth? And so each one of the water rights has got all those components, and we're trying to build each part of that as we move through, and they have to kind of integrate. And if you will, I'm going to show you one other spreadsheet you haven't seen yet that I think is useful. If you could go back into the shared drive, please, James, and open the events spreadsheet. And this gets deep into some of the water rights information system. I put a copy of it in the meeting folder for you. It's a strategic as the leader. Thank you, appreciate it. Plenty of files for us to go through. It's in here. There we go. All good. All right, if you could just you're at the top here, and I don't want to scare you board members, but I do think you should know that, in Haley, James, Kathy, Sydney, even Scott's been in on this. We've really had to go through and define every action that will happen in every water right type, so that those actions can be in the database and that function can be, commemorated and tracked. Some of them have imposed time constraints on them, and we have to match those up with the ordinance requirements. These are registrations, and I'm gonna make you dizzy and have James just slowly scroll through the impressive list of things that has to get created for that database to work with each one of these application types. And it really takes a pretty quick thinking team to work through all this, because with a whole bunch of different skill sets, you got to have database folks, process folks, legal folks, all kind of working together. And spelling it's a challenge because all the stuff in the database is in all caps. And anyway, this is a new product that I really want to show you, because before I showed you a whole bunch of overwhelming stuff on how hard it's going to be to get even 1, 2, and 3. But here I'm showing you that there's also kind of a blueprint set up for each one of these application types, and that we are making pretty significant hurdles, even since the meeting that we had the other day about priorities. This thing has kind of come to fruition, and will now allow us to get all that into the database, bring that functionality a little closer towards that September date.
Ethan, does the green symbolize that that's done? Or is it just highlighting?
The green is just some highlighting. It's a little latent right now, and we don't have enthusiasm. But these events here are actually they're in the final stage of QA/QC with Kathy Schubert, and we're intending to button that up and try to get it crammed into the database on Thursday.
Thank you.
Well, it causes me to think a couple things. One one is, where could you use more help?
Well,
Especially short-term help. And is there a way, I'm just thinking out loud here, is there a way to contract for some help to kind of help you speed things along? The other is, when you look at that short list, that first memo you showed, questions of enforcement, for example, while that hits that point on this list, just thinking out loud and looking to, especially enforcement and complaints, looking to Haley and wondering, is there a way that we can do some parallel things? Maybe have someone working on that one parallel to what we're doing in these other priorities. But those are my things that popped in my mind when I look at all this. So anyway.
Can I provide an update on some of these?
Yeah.
So one, I guess with the complaint, number 5, that in front of the board are complaint procedures that have already gone through 15-day public comment period. And so all that's necessary is board approval of those procedures, and those can be live. The other thing that's necessary for that are the approval of the 2 forms that go with it. Actually, there's 3 forms. There's the notice of complaint, and then there's also the informal and formal complaint forms. So there's actually not a whole lot left to do with number 5. 1 through 3 involve the approval of the hearing procedures that are already in place in the WP&P for the board's review and approval. So although Ethan provided maybe like a temporary 30-day period for the flathead system compact water WP&Ps, which are separate, it does also need approval of the hearings procedures, because that involves a hearing procedure that's very similar to the permit and change hearing procedures. So 1 through 3 involve approval of the hearing procedure as well. And then for number 4, I just wanted to make it a point for the board members to understand that that is the only procedure within the ordinance that involves a board hearing, not an office of the engineer hearing.
Okay. Roger.
So,
Thank you.
so going back, this was just a little subcommittee, because you could see from that one spreadsheet where it was, the color coding was all over the place. So that was kind of the shotgun approach. So we said, okay, let's take it down and get more focused, what are we need to address? And so we can easily move number 5 up. I mean, Haley made a good point that a lot of that's accomplished. It just needs to be tweaked a bit more and go to public notice, So this is a working document, and this is the results or the fruition of the subcommittee, and now it's the board's decision how you want to take it from here. So,
Well, I for one, again, appreciate the work that you guys did. We've been talking about priorities. This is a good approach. One of the things that we talked about at one of the last 2 meetings was getting to this so that we can also make that, especially now that school's over, make that commitment to do what we need to do to have board meetings, if we have to have them more frequently, so that we can help move this along and get those decisions made. So we'll kind of look to, you guys to help. If we need board meetings to get some decisions made so we can move these along, tell us, so that, recommend them so that we can move this forward, make those recommendations, and then to the extent that we can meet more often, and are we committed, board members, to doing this? Meeting more often
I'm in.
to try to move this along. I mean, just kind of looking at heads nodding, so I think so. Either that or they're
Before
falling asleep.
One thing that was brought up at this committee is that you have another subcommittee that works on policy manual and then brings it back to the board.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, it's been very productive when the board works on it as an entirety and goes through it, and then we can stamp it done and move on.
Yeah.
So,
I had a question. I don't want to get us too far in the weeds, but may I ask, and there's a reason I'm asking this question. What is a wetland appropriation?
I can answer that. You can get a water right for a wetland. But in this particular appropriation, right, is quantified right, which means that you would go out and define how much water is associated with the core functionality of that wetland, and that you could apply to protect that water if you wanted to.
The reason I ask is do we have time to chat about this just for a second now, or I could?
Go for it.
Okay. The tribes are unique in the state of Montana, and you may or may not be aware of this, but the tribes are unique in that the way they have defined wetland water quality and wetland designations is unlike the rest of the state. So for instance, many states in the US do not have wetland water quality standards. The CSKT do, and they are associated with the watershed that they support. So if you have wetlands that support the Flathead Lake watershed, they get an A1 water quality standard, which is the absolute highest water quality standard that the tribes have. If it's in the Crow or Mud Lakes watershed, it's a B1. And so that's going to kick into affect a whole string of parameters that have to be evaluated and supported in a water rights appropriation that you may not be familiar with if you just work with the state-based system. So I really encourage you, as you're looking through that part 2C and D, if that kicks in, to coordinate with Evan Smith, who is the program manager for the tribe's water quality program. There's another thing that you'd also want to talk to Blair Libby, who's the wetland specialist, because yours truly recommended that they also do carbon sequestration analysis on wetlands. Whether or not they've adopted that yet, I don't know. But again, that is not done at the state. So that could make that more complex.
sounds like you just made a subcommittee.
I will talk about wetlands all day long. I love them. So,
Thank you, Georgia.
okay, I'm done.
From a committee standpoint, this is the recommendation. Is the committee expecting us to take action on this, or we just want to kind of acknowledge this and say we agree and go forward?
Yeah, or if you think these should be prioritized, we're open to comment.
I like the prioritization, but in terms of the parallel discussion, if we are far enough along on enforcement and complaints to get that off the table here soon, whether we move it up or not, we should do that. So, whatever it takes for you to think about what the board, what you need from the board in terms of meetings and approvals to move these things forward, let us know. I know we'll get through some today, but after today, let's keep it moving. Yeah.
Good job. Thank you for that.
Thanks, George. Thanks, Roger. Thanks, Ethan. Bailey, Ken, anything else? No. All right. Roger, George, anything else on this? Okay, thank you. Thank you, and I appreciate that, and I think well, obviously it was eye-opening for you, so it's eye-opening for us to see that, you know, like you said, how much has been done, and we just need to continue to get the board to work together to move this forward. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
it is almost 3 o'clock. Could we take a short break?
you're reading my mind. I just about spit that out. It doesn't say quite 3 yet, but I was gonna do that, yes.
Okay.
Let's
Sorry,
do
I
that. So
jumped
let's take a break. Thank you. Technically at number 6, is that correct?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Before we do that, we were gonna bounce back to item number 3.2 and understand we have a corrected version of that now.
Yes, I'll stick a copy right there.
Okay, we handed them out, so you should have the updated copy, so. Any final questions on those? If not, when someone's ready, we'll take a motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve compensation.
Motion by George,
All second.
second by Ken, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, approved, thank you. Ethan,
Mr. Chairman, board members. Try to give you some updates from the office, if you will. Just first of all, in general, we've had some real great luck. We've got 2 staff members who are really moved through the orientation phase and training on water rights and are already jumping in to really add a lot of capacity and ability to this office. Excited to have a new intern with us as well. And he's definitely showing some great initiative and jumping in there and getting some things done. Already has a great assignment. He's going back into our historic files to try to bring some things forward that are important that we didn't realize were important before. So that's been wonderful. We're improving some workstations around here. That includes your workstation, which sometimes serves as another workstation. You'll see you got some new tablecloths that are fitted. We have some other updates. I imagine you're gonna show up and you guys are gonna end up with a little better chairs here around this table. And that'll, I think, help us entice you in longer meetings. Strategic. Let's see, I'm gonna just roll through this and stop me if you want to stop me and ask additional questions as needed as chair, board members. Item 6.1 for your consideration, we do have the OE water rights application report. Things have been moving along steady. It's always interesting for me to look at the water rights application report. What I really notice for our office is that the easy ones are sailing through, but we're getting a much higher level of complex water right applications as time is going by. We're getting more people who are looking to do more, a higher level of complexity. So although our numbers don't seem to be a big jump from previous, from 2023, I'm definitely noticing a higher level of complexity. The office itself, I've been trying to coordinate with the building owner to discuss the last draft that we had put forward to her, the lease extension. She was hoping to get together this week. I couldn't, our schedules did not align, but do be aware, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, she's interested in having the next lease discussion with you present if possible, one or both of you. So I will try to work with you to figure out how you want to coordinate and handle that.
is she on site now or is she still remote?
It's unclear. I think she's gonna be around tomorrow and the next day. Of course, our office is closed tomorrow because of the holiday. And Thursday, I'm just out, but
She's back in town.
she is, and I'm trying to see if she could be available next week, early in the week, but I haven't gotten that arranged yet. We did have the heat and air, folks show up. There was an engineer, they did an assessment on the slated for fixes, a replacement of the heater, installation of a new air conditioner, hot water tank, and sump pump are at end of life as well. They were supposed to start work on that last week on Tuesday, but did not. I don't know what the status is with them, but I was planning on trying to track them down tomorrow or the next day. Item 6.3 is a bit of a rough spot for us. I'd like the board to help us make some adjustments to our existing phone system. When we started, we had a contract with Nextiva phone system, and they have been less than ideal to work with. We have issues in phone quality, call quality, call service, kind of the excuse me, the app interface on the website where we do the controlling of all the routing of all of our information has been, it's taken us a lot more time than it should. And we think we could get, I've always thought we could get a higher quality of service. Once we got Rhonda started, I put her out to find us an alternative. She did find one that I think looks like a win. Our whole staff went through and checked it out. Vonage is the system. You know, what we have though is a bit of a hard spot because we would have to undergo an early termination fee, which I didn't know about with our contract until we started trying to get out of it. We've negotiated that down, but it may be as high as $1,500 to get out of that. The update.
How long is that contract?
The contract is, they auto renewed the contract for a 2-year period. That started just this last May.
They auto renewed it, so we didn't know.
I did not know that was an auto, that contract was in place, in advance of me, and you know, hindsight, I would like to know that was gonna happen, but, I did not know that was gonna happen. Kind of thought we would actually just be able to get out of that contract after that period, but, the fine print of the contract did not afford us that option. We were able to negotiate this price down to $1,500, and we'll continue to work with that. We did talk with Haley to see if she had any wisdom for us, just to let you know that we're trying to thoroughly see if we had some better options. You know, at this point, our options would really be to like either just keep what we've got and move on, or just pay to get out of this and get something different. Now, the upshot, I mean, number one, the phones that came with the original contract seem to be part of the main problem, and the phones with the Nextiva contract are very limited in what you can get. You got to get the Nextiva phone, whereas the new, the one that I'm proposing that we ship to, if we sign up with them, we get 7 really nice phones, like modern phones that would normally cost around $200 each. But we'd be, you know, at a minimum, if we were going to stick with Nextiva for 2 years, we've got to buy some different phones. The phones that I think we got discount phones with the original contract, and that was probably some of what the difficulty is. That said, we also have enthusiasm from 2 of the folks in the office that run a lot of call trafficking. We get a few specialty phones if the board found agreement to let us terminate the old contract and move to a new contract. You know, I've got a proposal. I have the Vonage quote for new service. I have the existing Nextiva monthly service, just in case you wanted to really inundate yourself with some details. What I'm looking to the board to do, one, I'm gonna remind the board that no matter what happens, if we were gonna shift to this contract, you need to approve that, because this is gonna be a longer than 1 year contract. I'm proposing that you either go with 24 months or 36 months. The reason that I would say 36 might be worth considering is that we get a great promo price that we can lock in for 3 years. If we were to go that route. So either way, that's outside of my cost authority. But if you kind of read down this proposal, you'll see there's 4 action items that I'm suggesting the board, if they're willing to let us get out of this contract and move to something else, would need to kind of move all at once. With that said, I'm sure that's a lot.
So we're at about 20 months out of it in this current contract, which would put us over $3,000 if we continue paying it out. $1,500 would be less than half of that. And then plus whatever the monthly rate is from there. So it would be just a little over total at that point, 3,000. If we were to, it would be pretty close to that.
I just couldn't help but notice a background in NEPA because you started with the no action alternative.
Well, I didn't want to pin you in too much. I recognize it's a shift, and we're all frugal here, so nobody likes to get a pay to get out of a contract or arrangement. So I figured we'd better lead with that option. And one thing you might notice, it could be kind of hidden in the lines here, though, is that the current contract price of $154.71 is for 5 lines.
5 lines.
And we need to expand. My staff tells me we need 7 lines total, and so, you know, if we were to keep the existing contract, I'd probably have to come back to you with additional lines on that next EVA and probably both phones, but I can come back to you if that's the board's direction, or maybe we.
So what I was trying to say is if we, what is it, 20 months? So it's 20 months, we've got to go, we stay with it, we're at $3,094. Continue with the current contract. If we do the payout, the new contract puts us at the end of that 3640, it'd be 3640 plus the 1,500. Paying a premium to do it, but if it's not working, it's not working.
And these are desk phones, right?
Their desk computer, Ford to sell, they're kind of everywhere, and they convert voicemail to email and feed our contact email, and it's a kind of an essential communication function for us. But half the time that we're moving calls around, we're hanging up on people because the phones don't work right. Christie's won't even, sometimes she'll answer and nobody can hear her. I mean, we have to do something different.
So there's the cost to get out of the contract, but what would you say, and this isn't really a fair question because I don't know how you quantify this, but what is the cost to business to stay with this old system that's not working?
We would need to increase to 2 additional lines per month. So that'll bring us probably in, that'll bring us in what is about $60
apiece, I think is what my,
I guess what I'm
Remembrance
getting
is-
at is not so much the financial cost, but what is.
oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. I didn't ask the question very well, but just in terms of workflow in the office, like if Christy can't be heard or others, like. In what way is it affecting workflow to stay with next either?
I would say it makes us look a little less professional when we hang up on people. That's a significant one, or it can't somehow transfer people from one phone to another. I would say that when you have to come in and reset your phone routinely, like power it off and power it back on again so that it'll actually even work, that is a time suck. I would say that anybody who ever has to deal with the help desk with Nextiva in this office ends up in not as good a mood for the rest of their day, which, you know, I think you can vouch for that a little, Sydney, but I certainly can vouch for it. If you had Rhonda here, she would be explaining to you how much we need to do this, but you know, it catch us a little off guard about, who knew that they could just re-up the contract for a full 2 years without notice.
Which makes me ask if we get into a new contract with a new company, Barnage, will they have the same language in there? I mean, we want to make sure they don't.
We're gonna probably embrace something similar, but we'll be doing so with eyes wide open, I guess. As opposed to having that thing laying out there, you know, we will actively manage that situation where, you know, once we get into the new contract, there's language that we find agreeable about. If the phone systems are not working, we actually can move out. If their customer service is proven much better just in talking to them about the services. But it does seem like with any of these large global phone companies, that is a situation that we're gonna have to embrace.
I maybe didn't listen close enough to Georgia, your answer to Georgia's question about the other phones. So this is landlines and cell phones or cell phones? Or combination?
This is a service and devices. So we have 5 devices. We have internet service. It's called VoIP, voice over internet protocol. And so everything goes out through our wires, right? And that's part of why we put in power over Ethernet to get the phones to work and be able to function this way. But the phone systems with VoIP really are set up to where we can all talk through a computer, we can talk through a handset, we can forward calls to cell phones. It gives you a ton of options. However, most of us like to use the handset at the desk. That is by far the most common way that people are using our phones around here. And so this does come with a much better phone setup. Like we get 7 brand new nice phones to replace not discount phones, the really good ones that will help immediately, but also the program service that ties everything together on the computer and through the cell phones is like, it's much easier to navigate. So
we're jumping from 5 to 7. So will the contract be flexible enough for you to add even more?
we can certainly add, it is harder to remove. So once we commit to 7, you know, we're gonna have 7 lines of service and, you know, for 182.21 for either 2 years or 3 years. And we can add at any time.
Is our cell phone service then through them, or do we have?
We don't have cell phone service. Everybody uses their own cell phones, but because the app is set up in a way we can forward those calls to individual cell phones, and they can make staff can make calls using their cell phones with the office number. And so when we call you from the cell phone using the Vonage app, it looks like our regular office line number.
Okay.
Yep.
No, where I was headed with it is individuals have their own individual cell phones, so they have their own plans and their own service. At some point, we probably want to find a way that's standard for our operation. Maybe we need to help out with that some, because we're eventually going to also have field work. And getting folks out into the field, you want them to be able to communicate from wherever they're at. And sometimes, I think George can probably attest, that's not always that easy from some
Yeah.
places.
Some places your cell phones are.
Yeah,
That's where the
something to
bears
think
are.
about.
Sure.
Ken's house.
So anyways, that's all.
Okay. But that would be, if you wanted that kind of thing, we can get like a spot GPS and for emergency contacts if we needed to.
I don't know, just something to think about down the road.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, other questions?
Specialty phones, what are they?
Those are ones that would allow like the front office or other assigned person to see who all is on lines at any given moment. So they have a little better screen on and and so, somebody's running the main traffic control for the office. You'd know right off if James is on the phone, if Sydney's on the phone. So if you had to route something somewhere, it gives you additional information. So I call that that was my own colloquial term, specialty phone.
I'm just curious.
Yeah. But we'd get to and then have backup.
Other comments, questions, concerns?
I have another comment.
Yes, Durga.
Did you go ahead? Well, the reason I was asking you about how it affects workflow is our prior discussions this afternoon have centered around possibly getting into more complex water rights applications and compliance activities. And I want us to be fiscally responsible, right? So I don't know what the right answer is. I'm just throwing this out for everybody to consider before a decision is made. But what does it look like to the public if they're trying to call in on a contentious issue and it appears that we've hung up on them? That really bothers me when I heard that, right? And I don't know what we're heading into. Plus, just frustrating our wonderful staff who are already working so hard. So it was helpful to know that that's happening.
I think, Roger.
Just so I understand, so on your new contract, you have 7 lines at 240. That's 36 for 36 months. Is that what that is? Or per month? So is that gonna be for the full 36 months, I guess is what I'm asking.
So the parenthetic 240 is what happens after the promotion plan is over. So it would
And how long is the promotion plan?
the board would have to choose 2 or 3 years right now. If we were gonna engage in this, that's one of the decisions that is that's afoot. So if you choose the 36 month, then we get that promotion pricing for
Of 240,
yeah.
and if we go for 24 months, what's the promotion? Oh, what's
The promotion is the same, the 182.21 for 24 months, but then at the end of the 24 months, we jump up to 240.38 a month.
So the promotion's the same for whether we go 24 months or 36 months?
Yes. You get the promo rate for an extra year if we go 36 months.
I guess I was unclear, so. If you get the 182 for 12 months. if you go for the 24-month contract?
You get the 182.21 for either the full 2 years or 3 years, depending on how long we say we want to have the contract duration. Once we're done with that first 2 or 3 year period, then we lose the promotion price and it would jump to $240.38.
Okay. And so the $800 for the 3 specialty phones, that's just a one-time charge.
Yes, sir.
The way this is being proposed here. Well, let's see, any other questions? The way it's being proposed here is we would go down and take action items one at a time, the way I read it, so. Before we do that, we'll need to take public comment, so are you ready for public comment?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so any public comment on this proposal?
If anyone online would like to make public comment, you can raise your hand and I'll allow you to speak. Seeing no public comment.
No one in the audience here or online has a public comment, so at your pleasure, we would look at action item number 1 and take action on that if you so choose. If if we do that one, we pretty much have to the others, so. It's one or the other here.
I'll make a motion to approve action item number 1.
Motion by George to approve action item number 1, which is to end the current contract with Nextevia and move to a new contract with Vonage. Motion by George. Second by Ken. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, approved. Action item number 2, add 2 lines of service from 5 to 7. And under what I read is it's 7 free phones with that service. Correct?
Yes, sir. We would only get 5 free phones if you if you want us to keep it smaller and just have 5 lines. But if you go from 5 to 7, we get 7 free phones. Yes.
Okay. Action item number 2.
We approve action item number 2, which is to add 2 lines of service. 5 to 7.
Motion by Ken.
I'll second.
Second by Georgia. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, approved. Action item number 3. This is where the rubber hits the road, so to speak. You know, if we're gonna do it, I can imagine why we wouldn't go with 36. So just my thought.
Now move that we approve action item number 3, enter to a 36-month new contract.
Motion by George,
I'll second.
second by Georgia. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, approved. Action item number 4.
I move that we approve action item number 4 to purchase 3 specialty phones in addition to the 7 phones with the new contract.
Now second it.
Motion by Georgia, second by George. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None, all approved. Thank you.
Thank you, board members. Sorry to put you through that bit of a tedious project, but I really appreciate your time. wouldn't ask if it wasn't important.
No one gets hung up on it this year. That's good.
That puts us,
Chairman, I have a question for Ethan. Is it appropriate for me to ask? It's not about phone.
we have a public comment here, so why don't you come on up and state your name and give us your comment, please.
Thank you. I'm Rick Smith, just a citizen in the valley. I'm just very curious. You said you're receiving more complex water rights applications. I'm just curious about the nature of the complexity. If you can give us an overview of what that is, please.
Yeah, normally our comments are held to comments only, but Ethan, if you want to give them a minute to explain.
Sure, happy to do so, Sir Support. The complexity, the increasing complexity of water right questions that we have, is been a little bit of an array. There's a lot of folks, as you know, waiting to do the minor subdivision allowances. And so a lot of the questions we get is people trying to do what they can until that's out. And so looking to like do a partial build out of what ultimately would be maybe a 5-unit arrangement, to do it in a way that would accommodate, you know, having something in place now and then being able to add to that later. So that ups the complexity game. The other thing that we're having to deal with is shared well agreements. Oh my gosh. The shared well agreement situation that we're embarking on is because there's been a void since the mid-90s. There are a lot of wells that are out there that serve 4 and 5 homes, and sometimes people don't even know what homes are actually hooked up to the well, like, which surprised us, but that is a reality in some cases. And so trying to figure out how we can make that arrangement work under these more modern guidelines is a challenge, especially if those folks did not register their use prior to the closure of the 180-day filing period that started in at the effective date. So where they basically could have gotten a lot of that, I'll say grandfathered in, as opposed to having us go through and try to issue something new off of those shared wells. Additionally, there are a lot of folks with corporate and trust ownerships that require us to go through quite a dance to make sure that the applicant actually has possessory interest on the parcel in question. And so we get corporations that are formed in different states and trusts that are formed in different ways. And, you know, sometimes you get just the real obvious, you know, LLC with the partnerships and it's listed on the state website, right? You know, but sometimes we have to actually get the articles of incorporation and go through them and see who is actually authorized to sign on behalf of the corporation, so that we don't make a misstep and inadvertently issue a water right to somebody who does not have the best permission. Yes, sir.
So I would say with that summary, if you have additional questions, let's have you hook up with Ethan after and he can give you as much detail as you like.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks, Ethan. Okay, that puts us at item number 6.4, correct? And computer purchase.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, board members, I did make one computer purchase that's on the way, but we needed to have a couple of others. I'll remind you that we had kind of repurposed some board member computers that are being used by staff. We do have some issues with those computers not particularly serving ArcGIS and other more CPU RAM intensive functions. And so I'm interested in updating our fleet a little bit more than just the one that I could buy under my purchase authority and add 2 more to the list. And so what I have here is, you know, recognizing that I didn't want to overstep my 3,000 by doing single purchases
you know, I wanted to let you know that I want to increase past the 3,000 that I can make and add these two others, and ask your permission to have an additional 7,000, available for, those computer purchases. This would also be a good time for board members to tell me if you have problems with your computers or need something that you don't have. And, wanted to add that to the laundry list. Purchase list.
So what's on the agenda says computer purchases NTE $7,000 for 2 portable workstations, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do we have any
Anyway,
of those?
yeah, that's one right there. You bought one for the water engineer. When you first got going, that one's a little dated. They are, you know, computers, right? They update fast, but, that is a slightly higher, you know, RAM power machine. It's called a portable workstation because it has a 16-inch screen, so you can, when you move it around, it's a little easier to see it than the small ones. I think that's the gist of it, sir.
And you were suggesting if anybody has anything else they need to add it to your list is.
Yeah, if board members need some tech, you know, you could tell me to get that now also.
Okay, does anybody have anything they want to add? Does Ken need a new computer?
Nope.
So Ethan, NTE, what does that stand?
Not to exceed,
And
sorry
so
for-
we're looking at $3,500 per machine.
yeah, well, not to exceed.
Those are pretty pricey machines.
We have, some additional monitors and things like that associated with them. And, I wanted to have a buffer for that other stuff.
Could you elaborate on that a bit? I mean, if it says 2 machines here, so what else would you be getting?
Well, it's kind of a portable workstation, and we'll end up with a docking station that goes with the machine, so that when somebody's at a desk, they'll have an arrangement such as this, where there's this docking station, you bring your laptop over, you plug that in, and you've got 2 monitors, and you can work like that, or you can close that and take your portable workstation somewhere else.
But does someone, what we're actually purchasing is just 2 stations, or you actually included something else?
In my mind, the 2 portable workstations would be the some monitors, docking station, and a computer.
Okay. How many monitors?
2 to 4.
And each monitor would have a separate docking station?
No, sir. Each computer has a separate docking station.
Okay. Okay,
So each workstation basically includes a new computer, the docking station, 2 monitors, anything else?
9, that's about it.
Okay,
I mean, there's little stuff like a keyboard, like mouse, like, you know, that's kind of minor.
all right, that's a proposal. Does the board need any other information? Would you like this itemized better? Or are you good with it?
we know what it is now.
Okay. Good. Good. All right, public comments.
If anyone wants to make a public comment, raise your hand online and I'll allow you to speak. No hands.
No public comment online or here in person. So with that information, if you're inclined, we'll take a action to approve this purchase not to exceed $7,000.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the purchase of 2 portable workstations, NTE 7,000.
Motion by Georgia,
Second.
second by Ken. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that's approved. So just to help, if and when we get into future NTE expenses, to the extent that we can itemize them, let's itemize them.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you. All right, number 6.5.
Mr. Chairman, we're gonna get some government IDs made up, and, first question that I have is whether or not the board would like to have government IDs. The second question I have is that I can tell you what I'm planning on putting on them, and you can tell me if you want something else on there.
Well, define government ID and define why we need them.
All right, we need a government ID to identify that, folks who work for this office are in fact part of a government instrumentality. And those government IDs would have a photo, name, title, office information, website information, possibly an employee number. We're going through a discussion about that right now. A QR code that links to our website and office information. Logo, a hologram, so they're hard to replicate. That will allow staff to get government discounts for lodging when they're staying somewhere that's work related, other government services. We think it'll also serve as just a general ID if they need to have something like that, conferences or whatnot.
Okay, and before we get on to asking the board, is this something, who actually, where do you actually get these? How much do they cost? And, is there, did we solicit bids, or how did we go about doing this?
We think that we can get these for $200 to $300 for the office staff, max. We can get them online, and the folks who provide online government office IDs will accept our .gov status as evidence that we are a government instrumentality.
Is it $200 to $300 for everyone?
Yeah.
Okay.
That includes the board also.
I don't know.
Well, we didn't say the board yet.
Yeah.
The question he has is, does the board want it? So, so as new employees come on, we would just do that. And if you say online, that could be any one of 1,000 different sources. How do we, I mean, how do you source that? How do we know? I mean, I'm just curious.
Sure, we're still kind of at the early stages of making the final decision on what we think is gonna be a good source, but there are 2 standouts that our compliance tech has found that she thinks would be provide us with quality IDs. There is the option, if the board really wants to engage, they can make a mock ID, mock up what a sample looks like. But I think for us, generally, I feel comfortable that this is gonna work out for our needs, which is mostly.
Well, if we don't do the mock, I'd say we wait, the board waits to see what you guys look like, and then we'll decide if we want ours. You guys can be our mock.
All right.
Yeah, Ken.
No, I think it's really important for the staff to have IDs. I'm
Yeah.
not so certain it's important for the board, except for lodging, which I think it is important to have for lodging.
And I think Ken's got a great point there, and it is kind of the way that we had set up your board bylaws last, was that you pay your expenses and then submit reimbursement on your compensation sheets. and so the reason that I think it would be useful for board members to have that is they can assert that government rate, when it's available. So just throwing that out there,
Can we know who the two that you're looking at now, the sources are?
yeah, I will have to, give you an email that, I'm sorry, I don't have it on me,
Okay,
kind of relying on a staff member who's not here to,
When I used to travel a lot through USDA, it's very valuable.
yeah, having one is fine. I'm just trying to pin down the sources.
I can tell you this, if you wanted to get really serious, I think we could engage in a plan to get a GSA arrangement, and we can, I think that, because I think that GSA, will, welcome entities other than feds. You know, it's more expensive to go that route, but, if you wanted to get really official, GSA does provide a government ID option. Also, I was trying to go more unapproval,
And we don't,
with right now.
I mean, I don't know if GSA is necessary if we can get quote, government ID. I'm just trying to get,
Yeah.
what information we have. So if the board's willing to move forward without knowing the sources, maybe we can at least get some information on what the sources are. Cause I don't know much about on securing government IDs online unless you're going through a government source.
Yeah, I was
don't
just trying to check into it on my phone and I couldn't find anything.
Maybe you could, come back to us with the different sources and costs for GSA application.
You wanna do that?
Yeah. Well, that's a suggestion.
So suggestion to come back with some costs, including GSA and sources?
I guess to me, GSA, I mean, we know what the GSA is. It's a valid entity. What are the other sources,
Yeah, and if they're printing them out, I mean, that's fine, and maybe it's adequate. I just don't know.
Yeah,
I just
I
don't
don't know
know.
either.
Somebody's garage in Taiwan, we don't know, right? So, I guess my other thought was, I agree, I think staff need a government ID. I was just thinking about when you go out in the field, is having one an asset or a detriment? That'll be your call. I don't know if you're about that, but anyway.
Well, you've been there, done that, so you know the answer.
Yeah, I know the answer to that, so.
Yeah, I think there's, relative, understanding that we want to get a government ID. We probably want board members to have the ID as well. I'll rely on what the board wants. You want to approve something now, or you want to go with what Roger's asking?
I like that idea.
Okay, so let's come back with if you get us a list of the sources, and costs, and then compared with the GSA cost, that'd be helpful.
That sounds great, Mr. Chairman, board members. We'll probably go ahead and even, add to it. We'll need employee and board member, agreements about the IDs also, so that you turn them in. You're done with your terms here. So we'll probably go ahead and wrap that up for your consideration as well. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's see. That puts us to budget update.
All right, our printer was having some trouble, so at least my budget update is not great. Where we're at with our budget process is we're making some leaps and strides. We've got one of our new employees is really starting to pitch in, and I see some hope here on the horizon. I will also start to engage with the state and the tribes about the next projection and funding agreement. And as soon as I have an initial meeting with them, I will look to brief you, Mr. Chairman, you, Mr. Vice Chairman, as to what we're looking at and how to best incorporate you into that process.
So are these read documents here, the budget, is that what we're,
These are the May expenses.
expenses, okay. And that includes this one?
Yep.
So the budget itself, getting to a document that is a budget document, where are we with that?
I would say we are 75% there.
I'm gonna go ahead and ask this. So at this point in time, why only 75%?
Because we have new staff. We have a different set of expenses. I'm trying to do some projections to accommodate one other hire. And that's mostly it. Also just time. I mean, we're just.
So these printouts we got are basically from Davis and Bacon, aren't they?
No, those are produced in-house. And those are, you know, it's a format that we're intending to update. But haven't gotten to it yet.
You know, our budget request has been a priority for a long, long time. I mean,
Yeah.
this is not what I call a budget. Yeah,
Well, these are expenditures.
I
and
know.
don't think we have
it's
the
not a
budget yet.
budget.
So. How can we get to, other than the number, other than the additional expenses? How soon can we get to a budget format that we can approve?
Let's you want me to put some things, it depends on what you want me to do between now and the next meeting. If you want me to do that as the top priority item for the next meeting, then we can have it by the next meeting.
I guess I'm getting more than very concerned in that we've hired an additional 2 people. We're talking hiring more people. We don't know where our budget is, and we're buying more stuff, we're buying more equipment. I guess I'm all in favor of prioritizing this budget to the number one thing. I just can't keep operating like this.
Yeah, and what more do you need from us to get that done? What can the board do to help?
Well, I think the board has done some stuff to help, because I needed to get, you know, the new compliance tech position is gonna help this along, and so that is a significant add towards resolving this. You know,
We know that you're busy, you've got a lot of other things cooking. I'd like to see a budget. I think once we get a budget format in place and get some numbers plugged in, I think then we can just sort of move on month by month, but Georgia?
Well, I look at it, I think it's a top priority for me, and I think it's an opportunity, if we want to look at it in a really positive way, to communicate to the public where we are financially. And I think anything we do along those lines just gives more public confidence. And this is partly public money, right? Funding the office. So yeah, I'm all in favor.
Yeah. Ken?
yes.
All right. Still, we can to get a budget in front of us by the next meeting. Thank you. So any other questions on these expenses? These are May expenses, as I understand it.
Yes.
No?
Need to buy more toner for the printer. It looks like.
The guy was here today.
It was here today.
It's not in the budget.
It's not in the budget.
All right, anything else you have for us on the budget update, Ethan?
No, that's
Okay.
it.
All right, 6.7.
Oh, no. I shuffled things around. All right. All right, apologize, Mr. Chairman, I lost my agenda. OE training plan. So, I did get, direction from the board to move forward with, some orientation, meet and greet, and we engaged in some supervisor training for myself and James Frakes with, Dr. Patrick Sullivan. Is training arrangements clearly in alignment with what we're looking for. My next plan is to set up an all staff training that would include a little bit of what he recommended, which is some team building, going through Myers-Briggs and a Colby assessment, but then also mixing in some essentials such as little coursework on dealing with difficult customers, harassment awareness, and equal employment, EEO compliance. So I'm looking to pretty much engage him on, on that front. Wanted to let you know that that was what I was planning to do, so you could redirect me if you wanted to, but also let you know, I think that he could be a real asset to help us by reviewing the personnel policies and where we're at with that and giving us some input. And so I'd like to have a twofold set up, one for the next training for our office, and then two, engaging to help us on reviewing personnel policies to see if we can give us some pointers and some suggestions to get a few of those items dressed up for your consideration.
The training, as you listed out the various items here, is there a document that summarizes that training that you can share with the board?
I would be happy to. I didn't really want to generate the document if the board was like, no, don't do that. But
And I'm talking just summary. I don't think we need
sure
10 pages. It's just, if you can kind of list out for us what the trainer is planning to cover.
Yeah, well, I think if I can go forward generally, what I'll do is actually just generate, the training contract that includes all the content
Okay,
for
that'd be helpful.
your consideration before we sign off on it. You can see it if you want.
That'd be good. Any other questions on the training plan?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, summary of public comments received to date in the water policy and procedure sections.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman and Board. I'm here to present the public comments from the WP&P posting from May 31st. The public comments closed yesterday, June 17th. At this time, we have 4 public comments, all received via email. 2 are from surveyors, 1 from a private water user, and 1 from the tribes. As of yesterday, we are waiting 10 days to receive any public comments that may have come through in the postal and would have been postmarked. By the time that those 10 days have been up next week, I will be putting together a packet encompassing an unabridged version of each comment that we have received. And I will be sending that to the board via email for your review prior to the next meeting. Also, a notice report will also be generated to include a cover page, the notice itself, and a summary of each comment. And that'll be posted at a later date. I understand this is a general overview, and so I will be happy to answer any questions or try my best to.
Is there a way to characterize the current comments that we have right now?
Yeah, absolutely. So right now, it's kind of a generalized version, but we have 3 of the 4 comments talking about parcel sizes.
I'm sorry, what? I didn't read that last part.
Oh, so we have 3 of the 4 comments talking about parcel sizes. 2 of them are from the surveyors, 1 is from the tribe.
And what are they saying about parcel sizes?
Yeah, so one surveyor would like to see a 10-acre parcel. The other surveyor would like to see a 20-acre parcel, and the tribes advocate for a 40-acre parcel. Surveyors want more work. I get that.
Okay. Is there anything else that you could highlight for us out of those comments?
Yeah, the 4th one actually discusses implementing an exemption for registration fees for intermittent flows. And that was from the private water user.
I really don't know what that means, but okay. I can guess. But, okay, any other questions? So sounds like we're going to get a full package of those comments coming after the 10-day period. We just wait for whatever's coming in the mail,
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
and then we'll get a full package. So anything else? Anything else?
No,
Anything else, Ethan?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
All right, introduction of draft development domestic allowance forms.
Good afternoon, board members.
Let me hit pause. I know you took one break. Does the board need anything? Need a break?
I'm good.
All right, thank you.
All right, next up on your agenda is just an overview of the development domestic allowance draft forms. Reason we say forms plural is because we have 3 different forms that are all connected to the development domestic allowances. The first one I'll bring your attention to is the main form, the 8 pages. I've tried to incorporate many of the concepts in the draft WP&Ps, realizing that they're not final because we haven't officially voted on them yet. And you're still going to make it through the public comment period. But I wanted to just provide that for you now. And then the 2 additional forms are an additional well form, which would allow us to add multiple wells onto a development domestic allowance and charge basically an extra filing fee for each additional well, which does result in more review from our office. And then finally, the last form is this 623F, that's the water measurement device review request. So as you'll remember, development domestic allowances are the only thing in the ordinance that have a positive requirement for measurement devices. And as part of that, they need to be reviewed by our office. And so the information about the measuring device would come in on this form, and our office would review that information and then essentially sign off on if we approve it or not. At this time, I'm not looking for any kind of board action on these forms, mostly just wanted to give them to you for your review. And then also ask the question, if you think it makes sense to have 3 separate forms, there is also an option where we could have all 3 forms incorporated into one. And then have a fee breakdown on the first page where you would calculate your filing fee based off of how many wells you have and measuring devices.
From an administrative, on that question alone, on an administrative standpoint, what makes sense? What makes the most sense?
I think there's pros and cons to either method. I will say for the measurement device, I think we should keep this form because if other water rate applications have measuring devices, we should probably keep this. I would be in favor of adding the additional well to the development domestic allowance form because it seems like it's very specific.
Are there other cases where you would use the additional well for any other type of application?
I've contemplated that too. I can't see a clear reason for it, like potentially on a permit. If there were multiple wells. But again, permits are complicated to begin with, and you could potentially just incorporate that into the permitting process.
Yeah, most permits have, it's incorporated.
Yeah.
Would it be applicable in creating well, situation where someone just wants to add additional well, you're saying in this case is tied specifically to development domestic allowance, and it's the only opportunity for someone to add a well?
So it wouldn't be adding a well, it's if you're applying for a development domestic allowance and you want to drill 2 or 3 wells to serve the whole development. If someone wanted to add a well to say an existing water right or certificate, then they would have to apply for a new water right.
All right.
I have a
Yeah,
question.
Jordan.
You told us, but I was looking other things up on something else. The water measurement device, is this for like a subdivision or a municipal application?
So the water measurement device in the ordinance is only tied to the development domestic allowance. So if you're applying to construct a new development domestic allowance on a reservation, you have to have a water measurement device. And that's what this form is for, is just basically to give us information about the totalizer you're going to use on your well, and we would decide if it's appropriate or not.
I just wanted to give you another opportunity to explain that for all those who think we somehow are connected to black helicopters and want to put these on every well in the valley. So, thank you for explaining that again.
James, with this water measurement device form, this could also be used in other applications, though, if the water right applicant wanted to have a water measurement device on there. Okay.
Yeah, this one could be used for any type of water right. We could use it for permits or whatever.
Good information. So no action required on this today. Please consider it, and then you'll bring it back for action later.
Correct. Once the WP&P's public comments are all in and you're ready to approve those, these are queued up and ready for you to also approve, and we can bring this application type online. Would board members like me to email a digital copy of these for you for your review, or is the physical copies here good enough?
I'd like to digital copy.
Okay.
I got one comment.
Yes.
So, James, maybe you could think about how you would incorporate the additional well into the other form.
Yes, I'd be happy to do that.
Then we'd have that when we're ready to approve it.
Yeah, if that's your recommendation, I don't have any problem with it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, James. Okay, before we embark on number 9, you guys ready to go? Keep going. Hearing nothing else. We're at 4:28. So you've got a half hour. So
There is this thing that got finals tonight. I mean, the final.
And,
I thought it was 3-1.
yeah, I was
Oh,
gonna
here.
say something, but I won't.
Yeah. It ain't gonna.
You guys will be placing side bets later, so.
NBA's over, that's all I care.
Yeah. Best team won.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. Number 9. 9.1. Point 1. Or whatever order we're going in. So,
Yeah, is that the current draft right where? Sorry. The 528.
Yep.
That would be the one I have comments on it also. So double check. It's got comments.
There.
Very good.
Start with green and the red.
We can go right to stock water. Really?
Ms. Sharon, board members. In front of you is the draft WP&P for stock water allowances. As a brief reminder, here on the reservation, there are 3 different types of stock water allowances that are allowed. It's a well, intermittent stream, and perennial stream. So the perennial stream stock water allowance is unique in this area. Stock water allowances were designed to promote agriculture, and they are not presently incorporated into the cumulative exceptions that lead up to a 10-acre-foot maximum volume restrictions that you have in your proposed domestic allowance section. First item is similar to what you passed for the domestic allowance section, which reiterates your past policy directive to allow the use of existing wells. In other words, if there's a well out there that didn't get registered, if there's a well out there that never had a filing on it, and an applicant could use that well, come in and apply for a new use with that existing well and still meet the compliance, so long as their annual maximums, maximum flow rates, and other ordinance clarified sideboards for these types of allowances are here too.
appropriation rights for stock water allowance, and then the existing wells may be used as point of diversion for new uses. So that it goes from stock water allowance to any new use?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
I'm just trying to understand what we're doing. It says existing wells may be used for any point of diversion for new uses. So do we, I would just ask, yeah, should we be specific, say stock water
It
uses?
look like we needed to change domestic to stock allowance application also.
Okay,
Yeah, fixed it. Do we need to do that again in the next sentence? Existing stock water wells, or does it matter?
they're written.
Well, another well.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, except that it says other water rights. Serving, will continue to serve other. So what does that mean? Existing wells continue to serve other water rights?
So if you have a well that serves an existing stock use, and you get a NRCS grant to put in new pipe and push that water to some new stock tanks on a different parcel, you can use that same well and allow that same existing use and add this a new stock water use onto that, so long as it doesn't exceed some of the maximum values that we,
Additional conditions imposed, okay.
like the flow rates, not to exceed 35 gallons per minute. And that is not a hypothetical, that's an active application challenge that we routinely see as people try to expand their pasture with low flow pipes off of existing wells. It's much easier and cheaper to put in horizontal pipe than a building well.
More thoughts, questions?
I just have one. I've typically seen stock water as one word. I don't know if that's, let's look it up.
It is defined in one of either the compact or the ordinance.
As two words.
Oh, I can't remember.
I don't know.
Stock water is not stock tank, it is. But I've seen it as just one word usually when it's in statute or rule.
Yeah,
You see it as one word or two?
In statute and rule, it's typically one word. Yeah.
I've learned so much from.
Stock water is defined in the compact, and it's two words
That's how it's defined here.
under 63, yeah.
okay.
Raw insider as
Should
it
be
is. two
capitalized.
words.
So
Yep.
that's what we're operating under. Answer that.
Thanks, Ethan.
But the meanings aren't any different, right? It's just a convention.
Yeah, same thing.
Essentially.
Yeah, the definition
There,
says
yeah. a specific
it's super, it's like means water used for livestock.
But I mean, if it was one word or two, it's.
Under the compact in the ordinance, it's a defined term, and so it means, if it's two words, then it means to be two words.
Okay,
It would mean something different if it was one.
gotcha. Wow. I could never do what you do. And I appreciate that you can do what you do.
Sometimes I question it.
So do you use two spaces or one space? Two spaces after period?
Yeah.
That's right.
Good. All right, so anybody have any other more comments, revisions on this one? I think we're good. We can mark it approved.
Can we try to just maybe move through this? Yeah. I think we might be able to get through the whole section, but I don't wanna,
Okay,
I don't wanna mess anything. We'll go back and do it number by number if we can't make it, but I've got notes. Thank you.
we move to the next one.
All right.
This is just the language that you board members have wanted in the past. You'll remember you drew a line in the sand, back when you were meeting at the Kentucky.
Remember that. So, okay, legal minds, should that be may or will? May be subject to a fine or will be subject to a fine?
May gives you the option not to find them.
Yeah, may is permissive, will is mandatory.
But my question stands. So why do we want to have ambiguity?
Well, it's board, it's private, it's board, it's not private.
There will be conditions that come up that.
That we need
consider-
it,
Yeah,
okay,
It's,
you never know.
you never know.
It goes back to your definition of a success.
we'll have the option.
Alrighty then.
Well,
The more we get registered. the
but if
better
we
off.
want to continue to talk about that, if it is me, if we choose not to find one and then have we set a precedent?
I would say.
Next person comes in and says, oh, you didn't find them, how come you're gonna find me?
You know, in grading papers, I never tolerate that. You get graded on what you turned in, and I don't really care what I gave the grade to somebody else.
I want,
Same rationale applies here.
can you type fast enough and put all that in there?
Ken said.
That's good.
The engineer has discretion and.
Discretion, that's the word I was looking for, discretion. My brain was late in the day.
Discretion based on various circumstances.
We would usually solicit a explanation of the hardship that caused this and go from there.
And it's only slightly picky applicants who drill wells. An applicant who drills a well, I don't know, I'm just. Does that make any difference to anyone?
You wanna put parentheses around the S?
I actually liked it better before.
And it works either, I was just, like I said, it's maybe too picky. Applicants who drill wells.
So I have a problem with the last sentence and regulating wells drilled for aquifer testing. Because the first sentence says an applicant who drills wells for a beneficial use. And then it says not used for a beneficial use.
It's an exception.
The last sentence of number 2.
So why do we have it?
Sections.
Okay, so then that means
Sections
sections include replacement wells. Substitute wells. Why would a replacement well or a substitute well drilled before then not be subject to the same standard?
If you drill the well for aquifer testing and then you put the water to use after the well was used for aquifer testing, I think is what it was getting at. I also am thinking more about the first sentence where it says an applicant. Wouldn't it just be an individual who drills a well? Because they wouldn't necessarily have to submit an application or not.
Better.
Gotcha.
It's good.
And I, you know, with that last bit, Roger, I think you could keep it or lose it. I think he gets at the same point. You know, because it says solely for aquifer testing, right? I mean, so it's a belt and suspenders, but
I've never heard that expression, but now I'm gonna start leaving. Just checking my vision. Still not there.
So number 3, there were other instances where I thought that made sense, as well. But I said, first time I see it in this situation, so yeah, you put it in for a reason.
Yeah, it happens a lot where, there's an old well and it used to be hooked up to some house over somewhere and that's been demolished and they pulled out the pipe, but they want to reuse the well for something else. We just want to clean up the books and, happy to get the new one moved forward for whatever the new use is, but don't want to leave a legacy of a water right that's out there that has been effectively abandoned, but in this case, what we would more likely run into, since these are allowances, is they can easily get in excess of some of the allowance thresholds.
So given that you actually used the term just now that I think is what it is, instead of terminate, it's abandoned, because we have defined abandoned, right?
Yeah, abandoned is a little loaded term compared to, I think, what we're looking at here. This is a kinder, gentler form of abandonment. It's really like repurposing point of diversion to a new use. So,
Well,
They don't-
yeah, I get it, but but an individual decides that they don't want to terminate or abandon that. How are we to stop them?
we can just not issue their new water, right? That's what it says right there on the two.
Well, that'll be your first hearing.
I've seen that happen before. I mean, mostly, people are agreeable to it. Once they're coming in for a new water right, and they're not gonna use the other one, they're generally amenable to terminating an existing water right that's not being used.
Why don't we call it abandoned?
Well, because to me, abandon means if you abandon, well, then you're also gonna abandon the well. Is
When I hear the word abandoned, it tells me that you just decided not to use the water. Not repurpose it to different use.
Yeah, abandonment has an intent not to use behind it. And so it has more weight than repurposing.
Oh, well, then if it's not abandoned, then they still have the right. Whether it's terminated or not.
That should probably be withdrawn, too, right?
No, withdraw specific for applications.
Okay.
Water.
Thanks.
The cultures that don't have as many verbs have a harder time legally. I mean, never mind, that has nothing to do with it.
So but legally, if you're comfortable using terminate there and. We can move forward with that.
All
You know,
word
let's-
conquers all.
More comfortable with abandon, for sure.
With,
Oh, it's all
More
land.
comfortable than with abandon.
then with abandoned.
yeah, I think that's good. I'm good with it.
Okay,
Can,
Can I maybe suggest a edit though, because it's pretty circular? And redundant.
Yeah,
So my suggestion is and maybe I should just state this first before you write it. So an individual using an existing well associated with an existing water right to be replaced or modified for a different use in a new application may be required by the OE to terminate the existing water right as a condition of approval for the new application.
That's fine, mate.
Yeah,
do it.
So that was an individual, right?
So going back to what you said though, Haley, the abandon implies terminating the water right or abandoning the water right, correct?
Yeah, was an intent from the water right holder to not use their water
But
anymore.
if something's been, if they haven't used it for a certain amount of time, we could also declare it abandoned,
Yeah,
whether there's intent or not.
there is a, time threshold with abandonment in that, it's 10 years. So that also has like a temporal restriction on it too. But yes, I mean, if it's over like 10 years and there's no use, no evidence of use, then yeah,
My ears heard you say though, there's a difference between terminated abandonment because abandonment had to do with the right, that has to do with the well.
well, abandonment comes from the water right holder and it involves a whole process of intent, which needs to be proven.
Right.
And then a period of non-use. Termination comes from the office's request of the water right holder. So two different burdens, if that makes sense.
I hear you. Okay. We're not abandoning or terminating the well, we're just abandoning or terminating the right associated with that well.
I think you're actually right, I should say withdraw.
Yeah,
so Haley, I don't see where abandonment is defined in. the
It's not.
contract. Okay,
Nor do I recommend doing that.
good. Open up a can of worms
We
and a half.
gotta keep it squishy.
Abandonment was defined, not in, we don't define it? Ooh.
No, it's defined in case law, but it's not a term defined.
right, on the next one, existing wells, priority dates, this is actually tracking, guidance that you previously offered, let's double check the wording, but, the idea is that if you're using an existing well for a new use, the priority date will be the application of the new use. If you're using an existing well, but you're retaining some portion of a historic use on the same well, you'll get to retain your priority date for the historic use. But for the new use, you still get a new priority date as the date of application. For the new use, it's added to the well that has the historic use.
Does that exist somewhere?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that exists on a lot of wells, actually. Yeah.
huh,
We have existing use, which is a defined term. And other
so
sections.
Ken, what, you have what?
have a well that was used for domestic, but 10, 15 years ago, irrigation was added to it.
And you have two different priority dates?
One well, when it goes through whatever DNRC does. The domestic use will have what 1970 or 1980 priority date, and the irrigation will be the day I applied for it, I should say.
Just feeling good about number 4?
It's difficult to understand. But maybe it has to be, I don't know. I never feel like I can participate in these conversations, because I just want to edit them. I want to edit the verbiage, and then I think I undermine what you're trying to achieve legally. So,
You wanna take a shot at explaining number 4 in lay terms as much as possible?
Sure. So you have a well, and the well has a domestic use that started in 1983 and will be retained. And then you are like, man, I want an orchard. So you put another pipe on your well, and you start irrigating the orchard, and then you apply for that irrigation on the orchard. And that application happened in 1997. So that well would have then a 1983 priority date for domestic, the whole separate water right there, and then another water right that had 94, 97, whatever it was, for the orchard irrigation.
I was gonna say, I thought I explained it pretty well.
I get needed.
Will it actually have that? I mean, that's now, I mean, if somebody came in, or if that was a case that in the, the late filings, wouldn't it get the priority date of the date it's filed? Now, not the old.
It depends on if it's a 180-day filing or a pre-effective date filing.
Yeah,
If it's pre-effective date registration, then it gets the date of the filing. If it's a 180-day filing, then it gets the priority date of the effective date of the compact. And then, I mean, obviously, it's kind of common. You see this around, not just on the reservation, but off the reservation. I just wanted to make it clear, because, we don't have that clarity. And it did actually come up, you might remember, you guys had a little bit of argument about the priority date thing. And this was supposed to help solve that, to, make sure that we ensure that when somebody applies for a new water right on an existing well with an existing water right that's going to be retained, that we don't mess up their priority date, the earlier priority date, and that's preserved, along with with the way that the compact looks to protect existing uses.
So in that situation, which flow rate and volume do you manage for?
Oh, if it's an allowance, like a stock allowance, you want to make sure that additively they're not going to exceed 35 gallons per minute. You can put a stock allowance on maybe an existing permit. That might be an option. In that case, you'd want to individually regulate the new stock allowance to 35 GPM.
So if your added use creates a lower limit than your old use, the water right is effectively limited by the new use then?
Yeah, for sure. It depends on the circumstances of the type of water right that's existing. It makes a difference if it's a permit exception or a full-on permit. That makes a significant difference to us. Because we group permit exceptions, in some cases, like for the maximum 35 gallon per minute rate, not so much with the volume, because you just went through
previously you allowed stock water to persist without being included in the. These stock allowances without being included in the 10 acre foot cap. But doesn't exclude them from the 35 gallon per minute maximum.
So an individual, once they realize that they can choose whether to continue or drill a new well.
Yeah, I mean, some of these things you do have to get a little creative. It is sort of like being a massive problem solver when you show up to work, and so it brings in something weird. But this will, I think, actually help us.
Number 5, why do we even have that 5? I'm just curious.
Because there's really specific language in the ordinance about has to be distributed in the stock tank for stock water from stock allowances. And I wanted to acknowledge that automatic waterers suffice for us, because that's what a lot of people are using nowadays. Instead of stock tanks, they prefer these waterers. You know, it's like seen one of these things. It's like a little concrete pad down, and there's a thing that the cattle can nudge with their nose to get water.
April or editorial, could you add the word stock in the title? Let's make that automatic stock. Well,
Sure.
Can I go back?
There you go. Thanks, Georgia.
Can I go back to number 4 and just ask a question? And this is for you guys, because I struggle with the passive voice language and putting the point of the sentence at the end of the sentence, because to me, that makes this very difficult to understand. But I don't know. Okay, so here's my idea. You guys tell me if this undermines what you're trying to do here. On number 4, the first sentence, if it read, the date of application constitutes the priority date for a new use assigned to an existing well. Does that mean the same thing? Because what's hanging me up is when you get the date of application, my brain just shuts down and neurons quit firing. So if we could put the point of the sentence at the beginning of the sentence, then it reads actively instead of passively. You want me to repeat that?
Yeah.
Here, I'll just give, can you read my writing?
In large part, that's sort of been my hang up with a lot of these.
It's just old English teacher in me or something, but then I'm always worried when I make these comments that I'm undermining a reason that they're worded this way legally.
No, I mean, you can ask Ethan, I will switch around quite a few things that are already written in here, so please submit your more like grammatical corrections, because that's what I would suggest too, just for readability purposes. If there's anything that changes in terms of like the actual substance of it legally in the application, then that's where I'll just speak up and let you know.
Well, while James is typing, just in case you want to have something interesting to talk about at dinner, there is a language in Australia that has no verbs. I don't think they have attorneys. So, there you go.
I had a question at this section. Does this apply to things outside of stock water? Feels like maybe this should be. I'm not sure why this is inside of the stock water alliance.
It's in there because we wanted to make specific clarifications under the stock allowances to make the right policy clear that existing wells can be used. And once you did that, then you needed to have the clarification. It is duplicative for the language that's underneath the domestic allowances. But I mean, I think that's okay. You know, you can't. It gets hard to organize things because when people are coming in to look at a stock allowance and they need to see the policy that guides stock allowance, it should be somewhat complete, I think. And I mean, I know that there are, interplays between, the stock allowance section and other portions of the WP&P or, you know, same way with the ordinance, but I was just trying to dumb it down a little bit. Otherwise, you could put it, you'd write it generally under, allowances in the point of diversion section, but, I don't know.
All right, board members, it is 5:03 according to the clock I'm looking at.
The game starts at 6.
We can, if you guys want to finish this section, stop now, whatever you guys want to do.
Let's finish this section.
All right,
And then in Florida, it's in Dallas.
Is there a difference in saying there is no limit instead of limitation? Or is there? There is no limit to the number of supplements. As long as the terms of the ordinance are met for application, construction, and use.
I would actually think, I think maybe the word stock water allowances are not counted towards should be its own number. Hit the return button there, yeah, so the stock water allowances are not counted toward the total number of domestic allowances set forth in WP&P 22-117. What's the time? Stock water allowances are not permit exceptions. No. Are not counted toward permanent exceptions. Yeah, one of those words.
at number 6, the 60 SF is, what is,
Yeah,
what am I? Oh,
Why not just stock water allowances hyphen permit exceptions?
Okay.
I think you need a title if you're gonna just repeat the sentence.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's better.
Yeah.
maybe a hyphen here too.
Number 8, you need that last sentence. Jump in here. There's a table. The table defines what those are. It's
Yeah.
the same thing,
I'm trying to get rid of it.
the last sentence.
Okay, on number 8, stock use volumes are to be calculated. Could you just say using the same metrics as the state of Montana? Then delete. As in the same fashion as is applied by. Does that mean the same thing?
The one thing we have to be careful with here is like, what happens if the state of Montana changes their consumptive use form number 615? We're along for the ride.
So what does metric mean?
Countable quantity?
Point to that.
Yeah, does this mean what I?
No, the question, I wouldn't know what metric is.
About that.
That's fine.
Non-standard.
Well, to your point, Ethan, if we left it, what difference does that make?
It's okay,
Yeah,
just want you to know what you're getting into,
Right, but what difference would it make if you left it?
left it what?
The language,
I don't think they're, which part, the like,
well, the previous language, and we changed it, and then you raised the point. We gotta be careful.
well, I'm just want you to know that the way it's written right now, if the state of Montana changes form number 615.
And if we
And
left
we
it
are
the way it
correct.
was written before, is that different?
Oh, no, if we leave it the way it's written now or before, it would be,
Either way,
we're still along for the ride, sorry.
What if you just took out all the specifics and just put deleted and something use of 15 gallons? If you deleted that, just said it's the same as the state of Montana, then it would be flexible and it would update when they update? Or does it need to be specific?
I think this will update when they update. I think that the animal unit abbreviation is in the wrong spot.
And Clayton, is there a tribal equivalent?
When it's the start of the sentence.
Like, when,
Well, there's an AU immediately preceding it.
Right, that's the end of the sentence.
Okay,
so when we're referencing the state year, do we also need to reference the tribe, or is there not a tribal?
there's not a tribal version of this.
Okay.
the tribal version of this would be associated with land use practices, if they have it. What they calculate on range units. And I don't know what those are, we'd have to ask specifically.
Should we maybe check into that? Because what if they're different? What if the tribal range unit restriction's more restrictive?
It'd be worth at least looking at, I don't know, yeah, good question, I don't. Cause we certainly don't have, water regulations that specify.
I know when I
They don't
did
exist.
MPDS work for the tribes, we had to count animal units. To establish MPDS permit limits. And there were times where the tribes. Animal unit calculation for land use was much more restrictive than what the state had. It might be worth checking into.
You wanna check on that?
It could be exactly the same.
At least see what it is. And then see if it makes any difference. We don't have to change anything yet, just maybe check on it.
Amanda, would you mind looking for us?
And that would be,
Appreciate that.
I'd start with the tribal land office in the range unit. See what they do for their range units. That'd be the only place I could think they would have it.
I ran across
Can you-
the book, but I don't remember where it was.
Yeah, I
So it
can't
does-
think where else they'd have it.
Okay, well, I didn't even know about that, so
Yeah.
apologize for saying it's not out there.
Yeah,
That's why we're here. Ethan. We're
All right.
Here to help.
all right, so I just crazy me going back to 6, why does number 6 exist?
Just to make it clear, if somebody's got patch of land, they wanna be putting a whole bunch of wells in for stock water, they can. There's no limit. I mean, financially, it's gonna be a little restricted, but
Well, I also think it sends a message to future decision makers. This is what they can do. It clarifies the issue.
Can I suggest taking out the application, construction and use terms and just doing meets the terms set forth in the ordinance or in ordinance and then cite the actual section that it applies to?
sure,
yeah, that's,
can you grab the section for James?
Yeah, okay,
There is no limit to the number of stock water allowances, so long as it meets the terms of the ordinance.
You could call it the allowance. Okay, never mind, sorry, as each allowance meets the terms set forth and
1, 6. Yeah.
you know, you find that second sign.
We haven't had the function key yet?
Yeah, I'm gonna make you paint it green so that we come back and make sure that it's the right.
Number 9, if you fence off the source, how are the cattle gonna drink?
Because the source is piped into a stop line.
I don't know, maybe just an issue / question with 9, because Montana is not a fencing state.
Yeah.
And so you're essentially requiring fencing in here.
Just the BOD.
Yeah, it's still a requirement to fence in, so I'm just curious.
No, it's a requirement to fence the stock out of where the point of diversion is developed. Because if you put a spring box in, then there's gonna be a puddle of water in there and they'll come in and trample it. Yeah, that's.
But I guess, no, 2 things on that. I mean, I understand that, but between the no fencing thing and the telling somebody how to operate their land. I mean, I understand the benefit of it, but I don't understand how it can be enforced, I guess is what I'm saying.
So what is the purpose of 9?
To prevent cattle from trampling the spring box.
So
And
it doesn't have anything to do with water use or water supply, it has to do with protecting.
Kind of does though, like, so we regulate well casings, right? You know, because it's the regulation of the point of diversion.
Yeah, but
And yeah, I'm not saying you have to go with this, I'm just making the point, that's all.
with a well casing, those are board of water well contractor standards too, not just. That's where they get their teeth.
So why don't you change must to should? That gets us out of the land management law.
Yeah.
And also sends a message.
Pretty problem solving of you there, Ken.
That's impressive, right? I mean, can we take a moment, you change one word and wow,
Everybody's.
Well,
that's cool. Biologists never get to do that, so I'm having a moment over here.
well, I go back to the purpose, so the purpose is to protect.
The resource.
Yeah, and we don't really say that there, it's implied. But
All right,
I don't,
you wanna add a little bit at the end where, should. Be fenced to exclude.
no, I'm just,
leave it.
I don't wanna add, it's either one or the other, either we. Say exclude, fence to exclude stock or fence to protect. The resource, either way works.
Okay, I'm gonna throw a monkey wrench at everybody. So the tribes have a non-point source program, which is non-regulatory. However, it is operated in conjunction with memoranda of agreement with landowners, both tribal and non-tribal, where they are required to fence cattle out of streams. So that would have to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis, right? If somebody wanted to develop a well inside an area designated by the tribe as a non-point source management area, this kind of language would have to be involved, right?
Well, wouldn't that be under the ALCO requirement?
Section 404 of the Clean Water Act. The non-point source is section 319. And it's
Okay.
funded separately.
It's a water quality record, not a. Yeah.
Which affects usually the lake shore for dock owners and dock builders. But 319 has been applied to several stream reaches on the reservation extensively along the Dayton drainage, which is almost all non-tribal land ownership. Just something to be aware of. I don't know if it has anything to do with this. I'm just messing with you right now.
Well, I
So-
guess to me, then if you're going there, then we wouldn't even want this, because then we're being redundant with federal regulations.
Possibly.
Really?
No?
No.
Best management practices, but negotiated. Fence. I mean, I'm comfortable if you leave it in there as a message,
Yeah,
but I'm also comfortable we just take it out.
It also could be like a permissive option to like may recommend, like the office of the engineer may recommend, dependent on other policies or considerations.
Case by case.
I like what Ken says, is that it sends a message, but, you know. That's it.
Section agree?
Yeah, and well, should it be exclude, ask again, should be exclude stock or protect the resource?
I think the school saw, to protect the resource you're getting in the land management.
Why are we doing it? We're doing protect the resource.
Well, how are you doing it? Excluding stock.
Well, so they can do anything else
Oh,
to that spring. They could damage it some other way and we'd be all right with that.
My experience with best management practices is fences is usually directly associated with stock. Well, not everything else.
Mandatory BMPs are also typically for agencies.
Yeah.
No, they don't apply to individual owners.
I'm with Georgia, I'm just messing with you now.
For sure, yeah. I think actually there is language in there that says something like should or recommend
Yeah.
for individuals too.
Turn or blue or green or whatever it is.
That,
It's gonna make it home in time for the finals.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. Thank you, guys. So let's see, where are we at on the agenda? Final public comment?
one public comment on that section we just approved.
There you go.
For 9.11.
Did we take action?
Yeah, we approved that section.
So public comment before we approve, or is it, have we been approving them?
No, you've just been gathering yourself some consensus, and then when you get the flathead system compact water and the hearing section done, it's just you'll vote to send it out to public notice.
Yeah, that's what I thought. We're not ready to send a public
Yeah.
notice, so
No,
we're good.
no.
We're good. So, any final public comments? Anybody online? Anybody left here?
If anyone online wants to make a comment.
Only
raise
public
your hand.
comment left. Only public member left. Yes, yes.
Can I recommend that the complaint procedures are put on the agenda for the next meeting, because all it needs is board approval. They've already gone through public comment. We didn't receive any public comment on them, and so they are ready to go.
Done. Done, please. Okay, no public comment?
I am gonna say, you just told me, so, I mean, I've got too many priorities right now. You're gonna make that go live at the next meeting. I gotta get this budget thing sorted out and. We do need to finalize the form, right?
The two forms need to be looked
So I
at,
just-
approved, yeah.
Just want you to understand, you know. Putting a lot of priorities on me all at once, so if we're gonna have the complaint section go live. Without having the enforcement section first. Just recognize it, that means that I'm gonna immediately have to do a lot of stuff. So yeah, I just want you to be aware of what you're doing. If you move it.
Well, that is on the list of priorities. We talked about it. So that's what you were talking about, right? Moving.
Yeah, just to have a discussion on it because it is ready to go essentially with just one board action.
So you can present that.
I'd be happy to.
Okay. All right. No public comment having been heard.
Next meeting.
Next meeting.
I can't do the 26th, but I could do the 27th, the 25th, the 27th, or the 28th.
Only thing gonna take some personal time after this crazy spring, and I'm gonna be unavailable next week, and I probably won't be anywhere where there's Zoom connection.
I have an eye appointment on the 26th, but I believe it's in the morning. I'll have to check. Seems like it's 9 o'clock.
I have a dentist appointment on the 26th. At noon.
So. for
26th
some
is
reason-
not looking good.
About
There it is.
the 7th then, because you did, Roger, you did just say you were available on the 27th.
I said that, yeah, the 25th, 27th, or the 28th.
We
Those days
can't,
I'll work for him.
we can't meet public notice on the 25th.
Okay,
I'm good on the 27th.
I'm good on the 27th.
25, 27, or 28. Yeah,
Let me check and make sure I don't have something else.
You do it, but you know, see groundwater.
Yeah, we can't do it on the 27th, I'm sorry.
we were talking June, right?
I apologize, I got us down, we already forgot to have that.
What was the other one? 25th?
28th, you can't do the 25th because we won't have.
Okay.
Public notice, the 28th is a Friday.
Do something.
Clayton, you available the 28th?
28th, I'm good.
4 of us would be here.
I am unavailable, but does not stop you guys from having a meeting.
I don't think I'm available on 29th.
First week of July.
It's a holiday. You know, that's 3 days, essentially. So, I'm assuming most people have 4th and 5th off.
So that probably puts us into the week of the 8th. The week of July 8th. So back on 25th, why, we can't do the 25th, why?
Is it the public notice thing? Not enough time.
Yeah,
There's something else we can do? I mean,
Yeah,
We
can we
meet on
review
25th?
policies or
we
something?
meet on 25th and also the second week of July.
what do you wanna see on the 25th? You wanna get the flathead system compact water and the hearing stuff done?
If those are options to work on, and we've also got, we could also continue on policy stuff, so, yeah.
I mean, my point is like, I'm not gonna be able to draft something new for you. By the 25th. Or we can-
Get those ones.
What's that?
Get those sections.
Okay,
Yeah, they're already ready to go.
okay,
So 25?
Works for me.
25, and then we'll
Um,
tentatively look at the second or third week of July.
Oh, the 25th is a Tuesday.
Is that all right?
Yep.
Roger?
Yep, yep.
Okay.
Was that 1 to 5 again, on the 25th?
Sure. That's good.
Because I'm not going anywhere or doing anything for the rest of the summer. I'm good. I got no life. This is it. So,
Yeah.
This is a life.
Good job, Georgia. Good
right,
job.
I'm just like, cleared. Except for all those times I'm not available during the school year.
The next one was July 10th.
July. Yep, see, I'm not going anywhere in July.
I'm saying this.
Yeah, we could do that. So the board's ready to meet. You guys ready?
25th, 1 to 5.
25th and then July 10 tentatively?
Works for me.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Day. The held argument is being argued on July 10th.
Oh, really?
It is. In the morning,
The who?
held,
Hell is being argued.
held,
Oh.
the climate.
I was
the
like, that's
climate
quite a
argument,
meeting.
The youth justice climate argument in Montana is being
Oh,
argued in front of the Supreme Court on July 10th.
Are you attending that?
I'm gonna go in person there.
Wow.
Well, let us know how it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
July 17th.
Final comments, Georgia.
Are we scheduling July 17th as well? I saw the date was on here. Or we just have our date.
Let's do it. Let's schedule it.
Want to schedule the 17th?
And then like
So-
maybe one of those will be OE personnel policy. Excuse me, OE personnel policy day.
Okay, I can do that.
Roger's like, Georgia, why did you open your big mouth?
Well, then we could go for 24th now. All right, with those, final comments, Georgia?
No, I'm
George.
not saying anything else.
George. Roger, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion. Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you.
You are awesome. Good work. Thanks to the staff.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
So this is it.